What a finish! What a man!
The drum roll finishes, and the target is hit.
And that was it!
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout
Brilliant! Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
Is it a first leg of the day? It most definitely is.
Thomas back.
Well done, Thomas. Beautifully crafted.
Conan Whitehead.
That is a lovely check-out to save the game.
Double 14.
Shot on the second leg.
Clean
Jared Cook.
as a whistle from the king of the castle. It's been an emotional roller coaster this
Shot
match,
on the match.
but it's Reece
Reece
Robinson who picks the points up.
That is
Shot on the
magical
third
from
leg.
Barstow to get a
Just
3-0 lead. Bull. Stab all over
Shot on the
that!
first
What a
leg.
shot!
Jimmy Van.
It's the final day's worth of play in this Group A here in Week 7. It's Jimmy Vankei who has a 4-point lead at the top and he is looking to convert it. Welcome along everybody to Portsmouth. Hello, good morning. Welcome along to the action. It is Jimmy Vankei who is 4 clear going into today's play. Tuesday definitely was a moving day for him. Following the first day's play, 5 players were tied on 6 points, but it was JVS who made his move. I've got a little bit more JLS than JVS in the studio. The asset, Paul Nicholson, is alongside me to talk about all of today's play. And look, Jimmy made his move yesterday. Maybe he didn't play as well as he did on Monday, but picked up the 5 wins he needed.
Timing, that's what this sport is all about. We say it every single week, maybe even every single day. But the thing is, yes, he didn't, in a numbers sense, play as well yesterday, but he was able to beat everybody that he faced, and that is the goal after all. If you ask Jimmy right now, what would he rather have, 5 wins out of 5 or bigger numbers and that 110 average from Monday, he'd always say, I'd rather have the 5 wins. That's what he got. There were different types of games yesterday, and that's why he's at the top of the table.
4-point lead from Chaz Barstow, Reece Robinson respectively. Jared Cohen and Whitehead. Well, they're realistically looking at Group B. Come the end of the session, Thomas Banks is looking for his first win. In terms of Chaz Barstow, we can kind of categorise his week quite simply. Got off to slow starts, and that's the reason why he's chasing the tail.
Unfortunately, that's the case. Monday morning, we were saying that we believe that Barstow is a better evening player, even better in the afternoon, but then when it comes to evenings, he's a bit of a giant. This week, the case has been proven with the evidence of the first round matches. He hasn't played his best starts at the start. He has grown into certain days. He doesn't have that luxury today. If he does the same, he's going to be playing a secondary group this week.
Well, Jimmy Vankei, perhaps unsurprisingly, is the heavy favourite to go on and win the group. He's 1-5 on. And when you consider what he's done here, when you consider the fact he's won Group A, in fact he's won multiple weeks, is there an expectation that he converts this lead overnight?
Expectation is the right word. And there's another word that has been hovering around this place all morning, and that is should. Should is a very strong word in sport. Let's face it, Manchester City should have made it to the next stage of the Club World Cup. They didn't. There was a lot of speculation as to why that happened. The thing is, Jimmy Vankei could win this group today. There's every likelihood he will, and we could say that he should, but there are no guarantees. But if he gets off to a really good start today, then games are going to run out, and he is going to get the job done with games to spare.
It is 18+, scabbertheware.org if you're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today. Right, let's get into the first action then. It's a meeting between Conan Whitehead and Thomas Banks, the 2 players at the bottom of the league table. But they'll be looking to joust their way through to a Saturday night here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. A Saturday which could feature Jimmy Vankei, former Series runner, and the 3-time champion of the world, Bo Greaves, who's going to be making her bow tomorrow night here on the South Coast. It could be an electrifying end to the week. Tickets are still on sale for it. And if you want to join us, it doesn't have to be this. It could be any given Saturday. Why don't you have a look at this? Modus Super Series, where we are about to get the action underway. Conan Whitehead and Thomas Banks is our opening game of the session. These two, the bottom two as far as this Group A is concerned, going into Wednesday's proceedings. For Conan, he began yesterday at the top of the table, but he finds himself closer to the bottom of the pile now. The 39-year-old from Raynham. Realistically, his ambition today is to get himself into Group B and give himself the best possible chance on Thursday and Friday. Thomas Banks, the 18-year-old from Sawbridge Worth, a weekly win around about this time last year, looking to get that first win under his belt. Certainly played with a bit more freedom yesterday, did the Bulldog. Now looking to get that first win. Give himself some kind of fillet of confidence going into the action tomorrow and Friday. Jack Garwood is your referee for
Conan to throw first.
All of the action over the course of the next 15 games. World level official from Nottinghamshire in the East Midlands. And it is Conan Whitehead, the Barbarian, that will get us underway on this Wednesday morning. And
85.
simply put, he's looking for a better day than yesterday because he dropped 10 points in terms of his average from day one to day two.
Yeah, that's never a good thing, Henry.
57.
And I'm sure if that's been communicated to Conan at some point yesterday or this morning, that will fire him up. But there is a reason why that average dipped by 10 points. It's because yesterday he just couldn't figure out the line of his throw. He was doing what we call a windscreen wiper effect. He was getting 5s and 1s, 7s and 3s in his scoring department. And that's something that he's going to have to correct over the next 2 or 3 days.
Well, off to a quick start here, leaving himself a finish after 9. These two met in the opening game of their week on Monday. Conan would go on to win it by 4 legs to 0. Be one of 3 victories he would obtain on Monday, but a couple of wide ones there with the 158.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have fixed that line aspect at the start here, but
95. Conan,
he's got plenty of time to negotiate this first leg. Oh, there it is again. I think he's a bit perplexed by it. There's nothing worse as a dart player, or as an individual sportsman, in fact. If something's going wrong and you don't know why.
42. Conan, you require 7.
Well, he's still got plenty of time to take this first leg out. Double 16. Gets Whitehead on the board. Well, there's no issue in that particular department. But work to do in the scoring stakes. But Whitehead won up nonetheless.
It's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
One thing we didn't mention at the top of the show, Henry, is the fact that Jimmy Vankei and Barstow play each other in the last round of fixtures in this group.
95.
If Barstow can take it to that game, anything's possible. We've seen it before. But have we ever seen someone climb from 5th to 1st on a Wednesday? Nothing comes to mind. But like you mentioned, Henry, we have seen someone go from 1st
38.
to 5th. That wasn't really out of the ordinary yesterday because there was so much of a tight, compacted group happening yesterday. Only 5 legs separated 1st from 5th. So yes, going from 1st to 5th is a bad thing, but it really wasn't that much of an out of the ordinary thing.
I can remember Cox and Thornton, where they were playing a game where I think Lee was 4th in the group at the beginning of the day, and I think Robert was 2nd. And there was a game where I think Robert lost, didn't he? He finished 4th, and Lee would go on to win the group. Just a slight stoppage, pause in play, but back underway we are.
$58.
What you're seeing from Banks is him throwing the darts flat into the board. He's trying to come through some stuff at the minute. You can see that that left leg is coming through. That is a symptom of something that I
40.
really don't like to say. He knows what he's going through, but he will figure it out, and he will be better because of it. I am positive about
55.
that. But as for this week, he's just got to be in his own headspace and around good people.
81. Conan, you require 146.
Certainly speaking very positively. Both the days that the session's finished, I've
90.
seen Thomas leave the arena, and he's speaking very positively. He knows that he's kind of got to go through this short-term pain for the long-term gain of
57.
things.
Conan, you
And
require 56.
he knows that this is something he's just got to almost suck up and see for now, and then hope that things in time
Next on
work
the
out. Well, that's a
second leg,
double-double
Conan
for Whitehead.
Whitehead.
Now 3 out of 2 on the doubles.
Third leg, it's Conan to the row first. Game on.
I like the fact that he went for that double 12 without blinking. It's almost as if he was going for double 16, double 12.
42.
And one of the reasons why Thomas is going for 19s, we spoke about this on Monday. It's to change the
57.
autopilot of being a dart player. When people suffer from certain afflictions, it's usually when they're putting themselves under a bit more pressure
81.
and they're going for things like treble 20s and bullseyes. But if you change your natural targets
45.
a little bit, your brain will be activated in a different way. So that's why going for 19s first during this process for Banks is a good thing.
25.
And it looks like possibly he's just heading towards the case. I don't know whether that's maybe just repairing a rogue stem or flight, or whether, yeah, it looks like just a rogue stem and flight. He's just going to change up. But he had to get the pencil case out to do exactly that.
Did you see what he just did? He's a lovely dart player, is Thomas Banks, but he's just shown a little bit of extra dexterity there. Do you see him spinning the stem into the barrel one-handed? I saw that, Thomas, you little
55.
devil. That's like dribbling a basketball without even looking at the ball. You clever lad.
95.
Easily pleased, aren't you?
Nothing escapes me.
$140.
140 there leaves Conan first to finish, but Thomas looking to leave himself in a more handy position to get a break back and return the game to
95.
throw.
Conan, you
The
require
19s are beginning
158.
to work for him, and he is going to get a look at this 76.
98. Thomas, you require 76.
Well, part of this process is that he's got to manage disappointment as well. Missing the single,
44.
It wasn't a badly
Conan, you
thrown dart. It
require
just missed the
6.
single by the width of a wire. Just gauge that disappointment and don't cast dispersions at yourself.
40.
He may still win the leg.
Thomas, you require 32.
Free in hand at double 16 to do exactly that.
Game
And
shot on the
manages to
third
find
leg,
into the
Thomas
bottom
Banks.
corner. He gets the break back. The game returns to throw at 2-1.
He had to wait until game 5
Fourth
yesterday
leg,
to get
it's
his
Thomas
first
to throw
leg.
first.
Today he has to wait
Game on.
3 legs. So that in itself is a win.
59.
I was taught about 12 years ago after seeing a very, very good sports psychologist that we need to compartmentalise the way we play darts.
78.
We talk about winning world titles, majors, super series, that kind of thing. What we've got to focus on are the little victories
41.
because they add up to the big, big victories. Thomas Banks has just had a really good little victory
86.
by hitting that double 16. And his mentality moving forward is just continue to play and keep
57.
adding to the little victories.
I know Thomas has been making sure that when he's away from the hockey that he's not thinking about darts. I hear a
60.
story on the grapevine that him, Conan and Steve West went to an all-you-can-eat Chinese buffet on Monday. Just enjoying himself when he's
83.
not at the board, which when you're going through tough times and tough patches like Thomas is, you can't be thinking about the game non-stop.
You have just brought up
97.
maybe inadvertently one of the best points you've ever made. We're going to have to wait until the next leg to talk about it, but we are going to.
81.
And this is going to be advice for every young dart player, even some of the lads who are coming here for Rising Stars in August.
118.
Great switch from Whitehead. A victory for him would get him to 12 points.
85.
He can't.
Conan, you require 62.
Jump very much in the table with a victory from this position. He's just got to keep amassing the 2 points. Well, this might be the kind of finish that Banks
Thomas,
can
you
bank.
require 95.
Double 19. If anything, this is probably the finish on the board that you would expect him to
shot
take
on
up more than
fourth
any
leg,
other. And he
Thomas
does take it out, and we're level at 2-2.
It's almost like we know what we're talking about.
Oh, don't go that far.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first.
Hey, I'm not going to
Game
join
on.
that self-deprecating society that you are the chairman of, Deacon. But your point in the previous leg is a good one.
40.
You got young stars like Banks, Littler, Branley, Manby, and a lot of others. Too many to
79.
mention. Some of these kids, the first thing they think about when they wake up in the morning is darts. The last thing they think about when they go to bed is darts.
85.
That is unsustainable. Do you want to know one of the reasons why Luke Littler's so successful? It's because he doesn't do that.
95.
He thinks about other things. That's important. You can be a world-class, world champion dart player, but you don't have to think about this sport every single waking moment of the day. If you do, you could do yourself damage.
This is why I love listening to podcasts with sports
95.
people, and particularly sports people that got kind of other hobbies. Now, Gary Neville, during his career, was getting involved in housing. Robbie Fowler did something quite similar as well. And by having that
82.
second project in their career, it actually gave them a different lease of life. You're not just waking up, going to a training ground, going back home again. And particularly when you're in a position where you're transitioning from semi-professional to professional. Now,
53.
I worked in football for a number of years and spent a lot of my time working in football, on the non-league circuit. And I've spoken to players who made that transition of working from a 9-to-5 job to then making that move to a professional. And they say actually they think it's a dream,
36.
but actually mentally it can be quite jarring because you don't know what else to do because you're so used to
171.
just the one thing, and then you don't know how to decompartmentalize. Now that for Thomas Banks was exemplary. The 3 treble 19s leads himself on double 4, and for the first time this week he could find himself in a position to win this match.
134. Thomas, you require 8. Game shot
Bravo.
of the fifth leg, Thomas Banks.
The new treble 19 king might be reigning in game 1 of the day.
He did what Cam Crabtree couldn't. It's 1-7-1, but then get a dart at double four and hit the double four.
Who had Cam Crabtree on the
58.
bingo card for early in the morning? That was 9:49. I think that's a new record.
$59.
It just goes to show, doesn't it? Darts can be played in so many different ways. You don't have to be someone who goes for treble 20s. You can be really good
95.
going down the board. In a strange sort of way. What Thomas is going through, it isn't good. It is difficult. I know this.
62.
I've never been through it. I don't want to go through it. I don't wish it on anyone. But it might give him the world's biggest learning experience.
95.
It might be the making of him.
We haven't seen players in the past just decide, you know what, 19s is better for me. Arlene de Graaf, probably the most famous example of which.
Matters Razma. He's made a career of it.
59.
Well, he hasn't won a game all week, as Thomas Banks, but he's put himself in a good position now to do exactly that.
97.
6 darts, 194 to get off the mark.
Look how much
57.
smoother his action has been when he's changed his grip, he's changed the way he's planting the darts in the board and changing the target. It's like he's pressed
93. Thomas,
the
you
refresh
require
button
137.
and all of the software hasn't uploaded yet, but he's figuring it out.
Well, it's the first time he's been in this position because it's the first time he's got to 3 legs in a match all week.
91. Conan, you require 90.
But is he going to get a look at this 46 to win it? Because Whitehead is going to get a dart at the bull to level up.
51.
But he's not going to find his favourite
Thomas, you
target.
require
That
46.
typifies Conan's week. He had the weighted dart, but he didn't have the line.
Game shot.
But Thomas
of the
Banks
match,
has got the win.
Thomas Banks.
His first win of the week, figuring it out in his 11th game. Give yourself one mighty pat on the back, young man, because that wasn't your natural game, but you still were able to figure it out. The averages mean nothing. The doubles were excellent, but the fact is, Banks deserves all the credit in the world for getting his first win here on Wednesday morning.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison. your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor. One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Thomas Banks has picked up his first win of the week, a 4-2 success against Conan Whitehead. Second up on the menu for us, it is Reece Robinson up against Jimmy Vankei. Vankei have a 4-point lead at the top of the table going into today's play, and a win here against Sugar would mean that he'd move a sweet 6 points clear temporarily ahead of Chaz Barstow's game against Jared Cole. Robinson, the 33-year-old from Hull, three-timer weekly winner in this building, up against another three-time weekly winner with Jimmy Vankei, also in his early 30s from Breda in the Netherlands. And he's just got that knack, hasn't he, of winning here at the Super Series. If he wins on Saturday night, it would be a fourth weekly title from 6 attempts, shall I say. That is how good his record has been since making his debut in February last year. He's become one of the big names in every single metric as the towering Dutchman, the Dutch Sequoia, and he has the group in the palm of his hands. And today, quite simply put, it's about finishing off the job that he started yesterday.
Yeah, the first 2 days are all about putting yourself in a position where you can win the group. Wednesday is about finishing the job.
57.
For the case of other people who can't do that, they will have to chase and hope that the person at the top can't finish what they've started. But I don't think you'll find many people who think this morning that Jimmy's not going to finish the job, because he has been
59.
the best player this week so far.
Well, the numbers suggest it. Monday had an average of 93.97, despite finishing fifth. Had a high average of the week of 110.55. Came in this meeting with Reece Robinson
58.
on Monday. Then yesterday, average of 87.19 for the session. Only Reece had better numbers yesterday. 35% Jimmy's finishing, including 3-ton plus checkouts. The biggest finish of the week, the 161. But Reece, as I say, the best player yesterday numerically, 88.72. His average, best doubling stats at 36%, 13 hits from 36 attempts, and he had 11 180s for the session as well.
Just because you've got the best numbers doesn't mean you've got the most points. For instance, you look at cricket, who's got the best batting average? Are they the best bats person in the world? Probably.
49.
Are they part of the best team? Very different argument. But in singles sport, if you've got the best stroke average on the PGA Tour, the DP World Tour, for example, doesn't mean you're winning the most tournaments.
97.
Because every week, every tournament is different.
As our good friend Chris Mason would say, they don't write averages on trophies.
They do, but only once.
57.
And that's if you're in the local league and you've got the best average.
90.
But they don't really do those anymore.
So they literally don't write averages on trophies.
They can carve them.
64.
And almost carved out was a 90 finish on the bull by Jimmy. Trying to do what Conan Whitehead could not do in the first game of the day. Let's have another. It's almost as if he didn't need the second dart. That's typical Reece Robinson. That's the second time he's done that this week.
He
Second
plays
leg,
with
it's Jimmy
this
to throw first.
flair-like ability,
Game
and we were having a little bit of a chat with Reece, weren't we, this morning, and he's in a very good
6.
place with the game right now. This is the basis of what he wants to do. This is what he practices for. This is what he wants to turn up for. And for him this year, all the eggs have been placed in the Super Series basket.
140.
Let me ask you what seems like a bit of a leading question. What's wrong with that?
85.
There's nothing wrong with that. Like, you've got to do what you want to do. Someone like Jamie Kelling, for example, has based his game for a number of years on playing here and maybe playing the odd bits here and there on the ADC tour.
56.
If that's the avenue you want to go down, that's what you want to go down.
It breaks down to one word. Choice.
96.
If you've been involved in this sport for the last 35 to 40 years, you'll know that choice is a very interesting word. These days, you can
81.
choose to play on the WDF circuit. You can choose the PDC Challenge Tour, Development Tour. You can do whatever you want. You can even play on the PDC Pro Tour
140.
and with permission play other things these days. Things are different to the 1990s, and that is really good.
100.
Because it
Jimmy, you
wasn't
require
always so.
120.
Vankei looking at 120. That's low, but he can try and persevere and try and carve a way through into the triple, unable to do so. So Robinson looking at 124 to get the break and open up a 2-0 lead. This
45. Reece, you require
really would open things
124.
up if Reece was to pick up victory in this one. The bullseye is not
99.
located.
Jimmy, you require 75.
Yeah, well, had a little bit of a flyby, didn't it? Like Maverick, which is exactly what Robinson is. But he's going to get a look at 25 all of a sudden. Vankei missing his single.
35.
He
Reece,
is
you require 25.
beside himself at giving Robinson this chance.
It's 2-8. But he is
17.
unable to pounce on the unforced there of
require
Vankei a
40.
couple of moments ago. He's got an opportunity to reprieve himself.
Ask and
Game
ye
shot on
shall
the second leg.
receive
Jimmy Vankei.
that double top.
It's early in the morning, okay?
Third leg, it's Reece
Been
to
up
throw
since
first.
5:30,
Game on.
which is roughly when the players get up. Well, maybe a little bit later than that. But they woke up this morning, Henry, to a very different climate here on the south coast, on the
59.
island of Portsmouth, because it's not as warm, it's not as sunny, and it's not as humid because there was rain overnight, and you think, hang on, they're playing an indoor sport. It can't do anything.
120.
It can. It changes how these players are feeling in this arena. Because over the last couple of days,
6.
these players have not complained about the heat. They've endured it. Today, it is more comfortable. I expect the standard to go up.
Yeah, yesterday was uncomfortably warm.
108.
We walked out the commentary box at the end of the session yesterday, and it was like getting off the airplane when you're going to Malaga or something like that, and the heat just
100.
hit. It was swelteringly hot up there. That first dart is hitting just a little bit better for Jimmy.
122.
You want to try getting off a plane in Honolulu, Henry? My word. I thought I was on Mars.
140.
So hot.
Jimmy requires 79.
Well, this could be hot. It could be a 12-darter.
Game shot on the
And
third
just like
leg,
that,
Jimmy
he fixes
Vankei.
all the problems of the first leg. Well, the second leg of the contest, but the first leg he could have won in this match.
Fourth leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Well, Reece Robinson missed a couple of opportunities to go 2-0 up in the contest. He now finds himself 2-1 behind, and Jimmy Vankei is
140.
beginning to make his move.
A change of approach here from Robinson. Trying to throw the darts with a bit more ease, getting them in flatter.
140.
One of the things that we coach is trying to get young dart players to throw darts the same way every single time. Every now and again, someone like Reece
46.
Robinson or Peter Wright come along and they just take the textbook and incinerate it.
Reece Robinson is like the Jimmy White of the Super Series.
85.
Enigmatic, exhilarating to watch, and when it comes to the really big thing at the end of the rainbow, still waiting to get that elusive title.
Yeah, but he'll still
58.
throw it under these conditions or yesterday's conditions. I think he's more like Ronnie O'Sullivan. Got super talent, and he can do it multiple ways.
What do you mean? I can't work under these
140.
conditions. Anyone who wants to know what me and Nick are on about, have a look on YouTube for Jimmy White's rant at a TV producer.
100. Reach you require 130.
This is a really good first game between these two. That's in. Double 8. Could have been another 12 darter.
128.
Jimmy's got history on the old big checkout this week against Robinson. Not this time. Let's press pause on that. Because the one person who has turned up against Robinson more than any other this week, it has been Jimmy.
8.
We shall put Robinson on watch as he goes for this double
Games
four.
on the
No
four
mistake.
flag.
13
Reece
darter, 13 dart break back. High quality contest this. Level at 2-2.
Fifth flag. It's Reece to throw
The
first.
game that's getting better as the match
Game on.
goes along.
I admire this from Robinson. You might not agree with the fact that he's throwing differently, but he understands
108.
that he can play this well, this way. And he's got to try something against Jimmy because whatever he's done this week, it hasn't worked.
100.
What they say about the definition of madness, doing the same thing 100 times and expecting different results.
Now that would have been hilarious. Imagine if he did a 9 darter
100.
throwing with his secondary throw and he hadn't hit one with his primary throw.
We've seen Luke Littler attempted in this building.
108. He.
Can't get enough of these two playing each other. This is genuinely the best fixture of this group.
140.
There's games that you would pay good money to watch, and this is one of those games you'd pay good money to watch.
And the other one this week will be anybody versus Bo Greaves.
Greaves v Fitton, that's going to be quite the game tomorrow night. This for potential 11 darts, and if Robinson doesn't get it, he could be broken by Vankei. That's the quality of this game.
Game's on the fifth flag.
How he's found a way
Reece
through, I
Robinson.
don't know, but he has.
Yeah, that was the first thing that went through my mind. How has he found that? How has that
Sixth
gone in?
flag. It's Jimmy to throw first.
It almost skidded in. If Robinson can get the victory here,
140.
this would be brilliant news for him and for Chaz Barstow, who's got Jared Cole next.
Championship Chaz, as he's been called in his local area.
100.
I've heard worse nicknames. Championship Chaz. It sounds like a mascot.
97.
Mainly because of the fact that it was he who hit the winning double to win England the Six Nations Championship.
I suppose that's a pretty good excuse to call him that.
140.
Yeah, it wouldn't have the same ring to it if it was Championship Jared, would it?
60.
They would have thought of something if Jared had done it. But we'll give everybody credit in that England team for winning the Six Nations recently. That was not an easy tournament to be victorious in. Jimmy was there.
140.
And I think he's starting to understand that Robinson is playing properly in this game. Vankei's going to have to be faultless from here to win.
135.
It's not up to him anymore.
You require 121.
Might be suffering his first defeat since Monday right here.
Well, a quick start for Reece Robinson and Chaz Barstow was imperative to catch Jimmy Vankei. Reece Robinson could be doing his side of the bargain, and in doing so, inflicting defeat upon Jimmy Vankei. Bullseye for the win.
96.
And that clipped the wire.
Jimmy requires 69.
Didn't it just? Is that the one reprieve that Jimmy gets? Does he need more? Double 18.
$51.
He thought it was in.
Reece required 25.
Does Reece think it's all over? Well, that's a slip into the 14. So 11 left, 3 for double 4. Double 4 for 4 legs for a big 2 points.
17.
Vankei has been reprieved.
18.
This is a real get out of jail free card if he finds this.
Yeah, 3 darts missed for the match. 2 at the outer ring. That's not missed, and we go the distance. And this is the first 4-3 scoreline we are going to get since Monday.
Final leg. It's Reece to throw first. Game on.
In fact, the last person to be involved in a 4-3 was Robinson against Conan Whitehead in game 14 on Monday.
108.
And it's a good thing because we get more of that.
Oh, I could watch this over an extended format.
134.
Just shy of the bottom of that 60.
91.
But sensibly going 17s on the switch. Those kind of things are not unnoticed. Jimmy's in trouble now. He's had his reprieve. Unless Robinson fails again, Jimmy will lose this game.
Well, Reece has constantly been hitting things which has put his opponent under pressure, and Vankei, up until this point, has always found himself on the back foot.
I'm surprised that Robinson didn't go for the bullseye with his last start, but I'm sure he was thinking that Jimmy leaving a finish was unlikely.
Beautiful third dart into the 60, nestled off the barrel of dart 2, and so he's going to get an opportunity to win this game upon his return, but under what pressure?
140.
Look at the snap in that right shoulder with that third dart. Making sure it wasn't short. But it is match point Robinson.
And that's a huge win for Reece Robinson. Has a look to see whether it's in the double 12, and the confirmation that it was means that he moves within a couple of points of Jimmy Vankei, the worst possible start for the tabletop, and it means that a couple of players could move to within a couple of points of him. What a contest that was. Averages of 95 and 94 respectively. Decent doubling for the pair as well. We're going to take a short break, and when we return, it is Chaz Barstow up against Jared Cole.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes
1.
can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Reece Robinson got the better of Jimmy Vankei by 4 legs to 3. Average of just under 96 for Reece. That while Jimmy losing despite an average of 94.65. It was a really exhilarating contest, particularly the last few legs. Next up for us, it is Jared Cole against Chaz Barstow. It's the final game from the first round's worth of fixtures, and for Chad, an opportunity to move to within a couple of points at the top of the table. For Jared Cole, well, the objective is to get into Group B and play in the night session on Thursday and Friday night. Effectively, what he wants to do is ensure that he has a couple of games against Bo Greaves, because that's effectively what the prize for Group B is this week. Up against Chaz Barstow, the 46-year-old Prince of Winchester, who's got a brand new nickname of Championship Chaz. I think that will work. I really do think that will work.
Wouldn't work if he was in the Premier League.
Well, he's going to have to win a World Championship first.
First leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
I'm just being obstinate. It's my job. Roy Keane told me so. Anyway, moving on. Jared Cole has played some
59.
decent darts over the last couple of days. He wasn't even supposed to be here this week, but he was a late replacement. I suppose it's not a bad replacement, considering he is
59.
the winner of Week 12 in the previous series. He was going to play at some point, obviously. Just got slated a little sooner than last time.
58.
This is a deal-breaker game. Because if these guys either win the group
58.
or get separated over the next couple of days, this game determines who's got the heads up over the first 3 days of Week 7.
100.
One game all over the last couple of days of action. But if we are being frank,
57.
this is probably more important for Chaz than it is for Jared. I don't mean that disrespectfully. It's just when we look at the table, we can see Barstow on 12 points,
59.
4 points adrift of top spot. And with Jimmy losing, he really needs this victory.
Realistically, Jared Cole isn't going to win the group. Mathematically, he can, but there's a lot of traffic in the way, and he's going to have to complete the card, and he's going to have to hope that other people falter around him.
People like Jared are going to need Thomas Banks to win a
96.
few games today. He's already won one, so it's not out of the question.
Realistically, it's going to be Group B. the target for Jared today, but he could get that particular quest off to the perfect start if he can find the 129. He had 5 ton plus checkouts on Monday, but he's not going to find one there.
57. Charge you require 127.
Bullseye.
102.
Right on line. Good to
Charge
see
you
that it was a
require
positive dart.
72.
It wasn't fishtailing in the air. It was well thrown. This is tops.
32.
Tops is not what he
Charge you
gets.
require 25.
Chaz will need to break in this game. You don't necessarily have to get it in the first leg. You just like to.
15.
But then again, he
Charge
might
you
not.
require 40.
So tops are Cole. Well, that was a 4 left,
24.
and that leaves
Charge you
16.
require 10.
That is the worst dart he's thrown this week at tops. At any
Next on the
segment.
first leg, Chaz Barstow.
It obviously halted his confidence going for the second double that he left.
Second leg, it's Chaz to throw first.
There's a little bit of a
Game on.
reaction to the tungsten on the towel as well. You've got to try and find a grip
46.
texture on your tungsten that helps you in different conditions. Now, this is not a barrel that Jared started the week with.
58.
He actually changed to this barrel mid-morning yesterday.
Yeah, I had a chat with Jared about it, and it was purely a grip thing. It wasn't if the darts he was playing with before he had
97.
any issues with. In fact, he's been playing some of his best stuff with it, but he just said because it's an older dart, he was just losing all kind of grip with it, and with the conditions,
96.
yes, they being as warm as it was, he just couldn't get anything out of the hand properly. He felt like he was perspirating all the time, and he just couldn't get comfortable, which is why
46.
he shifted his equipment.
$60.
Still looks a bit uncomfortable here, wiping the hands a bit. If you want to be a big-time dart player, you've got to be able to figure out how to play in different situations.
It wouldn't surprise me if he changes back at some point today. It is a little bit cooler out there, and if this isn't quite
134.
working out for him, we know that he's not afraid to make that change.
139.
Nice to have that choice, isn't it? You're not going to see Chaz do that. He's going to throw these barrels
94.
8
Jared
days a week,
require
in the words of the
148.
Beatles.
He's one of those old school players that
100.
has found something that
Jared
works and he
require
won't change
84.
from it. Is it going to be a winning formula for this 84? Yes, is the
Next
answer.
on the second leg, Chaz
I
Barstow.
just wonder as well for Chaz. The first 2 days he played first on, and we said he's not exactly a morning
Third
player. The
leg,
fact
it's
he's
Jared to
playing
throw
third on,
first.
the fact he's had a
Game
little
on.
bit more time just to sit down, maybe spend a little bit more time on the practice board, get himself awake. I just wonder whether that could
140.
work in his favour today.
You might be onto something, because the last couple of days, he's played first
75.
at 9:35 a.m. So just a little bit more time might just give him a little bit more time to wake up
100.
or get prepped. The fact is, in his first 2 games over the last couple of days,
134.
he's won 1 of those 4 games. It's our responsibility to spot trends. So if these players do watch the
55.
footage back, they can identify problems.
Appropriate you say that on the day that Oasis begin their UK-wide tour in
46.
Cardiff. Chaz Barstow need a little bit of time to wake up. But what's going to be the story when it comes to Morning Glory in this Group A?
6.
Come on, Nico, roll with it, pal.
I'll roll you in a minute. I did see the footage yesterday that the sound check in Cardiff was echoing through the city.
108.
And that echoes through
Jared
Portsmouth.
146.
Because Jared Cole is on the rack.
128. Chaz requires 66.
I feel like a rock and roll star. 66. Double top.
Game shot on the third leg.
That is
Barstow.
perfect. Exactly what he wanted. A big lead. And he's got
Fourth leg, it's Chaz
no
to throw
leg
first.
difference problems
Game on.
whatsoever. He started the day on plus 12. Jimmy Vankei, who is still, before this game is completed, 4 points ahead,
42.
is only on plus 13. Chaz can really knock on the door if he can get one more leg here.
Well, I suppose it's the
47.
importance of being idle in this particular group, isn't it? Keeping yourself on the coattails of Jimmy Vankei, because things could very easily slide away
57.
for the towering Dutchman. Not quite saying hello to
57.
Saturday night just yet. Won't want to be looking back in anger come the end of the day.
44.
Are you done? You keep going on like this. I don't want to live forever. Needs a big visit. Just to give himself
81.
that comfort of knowing that a chance is going to be there for 4-0. At this stage, it's only a 1 dart lead in leg 4.
One
And it doesn't last very long.
40. $27.
And maybe this is the beginning of a comeback for Jared.
139.
Is this going to be the shot that saves Chaz? It's really good, but Jared's in a good position to keep this match alive. Okay, he's got my attention. Did he
18.
go for treble 18?
Charge to require
What is it with these
110.
young players going treble 18 on 58? It's got me absolutely bamboozled.
And after all, Jared's back is against the wall. But he's not going to finish it off here. So Cole back for tops.
38. Jared to require 40.
2 10s.
Game shot on the fourth
Hasn't got his
leg,
back against the
Jared
wall
Cole.
as much this time. He's only 2 behind. And that is a break of throws, so this game is very much alive.
Fifth leg, it's Jared to throw first. Game on.
How famously played in Portsmouth of Oasis?
Played in lots of places.
45.
Back in 1993, before they were a big name band.
$45.
If you were in your teen years, you know exactly where you were when they first graced national television.
140.
When they went on the Word on a Friday night and everybody thought, when they sang Supersonic, what is that? Who are they? Where do we see them?
28.
And let's face facts. With Bo Greaves here this week, when she was here the last time, the clamour for tickets when she was in
99.
town was just the same.
I can genuinely see Saturday. Well, this place would be rammed out. If Jimmy Vankei qualifies, Bo
58.
Greaves qualifies, you won't get a seat in here. So you better book early. But I genuinely think, and I'm not just saying this because we're sat here now and we look at the quality of players on the show, but we could be in for an all-timer of a Saturday. When you think about the players on show and you think about the quality of the players on show.
Yeah, Jared,
23.
not
Jared
far from
requires
here.
77.
Plenty of support. Chaz, the same. Greaves, Jimmy Vankei, and others.
Game shot on the
He's
fifth
not going to
leg,
be
Jared
stopped.
Cole.
That's a beautiful John Part-style check-out. And Chaz now has to hold here, otherwise he's going the
Sixth
distance
leg,
and might
it's
have
Chaz
to break
throw
in the last
first.
leg.
Game on.
His opportunity to serve it out.
59.
Yeah, just because you're the fancied player doesn't mean that things are going to be easy. Just ask Carlos Alcaraz.
Well, just ask all the
60.
seeds at Wimbledon. Coco Gauff went yesterday, didn't she?
Coco gone.
Sasha Zverev's gone. I went out.
60.
I've had enough of you calling yourself Daniel Medvedev. You don't look like Daniel Medvedev.
I do look like Daniel Medvedev.
No, you don't.
I absolutely do. I've had people tweet me that I do.
I don't care. They're wrong. Anyway, back to the darts.
140.
Thank you for that 140, Chaz, because we're back on subject. And you've just put Henry in his place because he doesn't look like Medvedev. Chaz is looking to serve this one out. Saying you look like Medvedev makes someone saying that Chaz looks like a King Charles Spaniel.
81. Chaz, you require 117.
He doesn't, but he could win this game 4-2.
Well, he's had to work hard, Chaz Barstow, to win this game, and he may be forced to do it in the last leg if Cole can find 1, 2, 3.
He might. That might have been his one chance to take this game to a last leg decider.
It's double top. We've got a race in our hands. You could hear the come on, he says, because he knows he's bang in the mix. For Jared Cole, that is probably the defeat, which means that his chance to win the group is gone, and he's going to have to focus on getting into Group B. But that's going to be a tall order now, and this is why stats in this game is only a guide. Chaz Barstow with an average 9 points inferior, but it is Jared Cole's 2 for 9 on the double, which was his undoing. Barstow wins 4-2. Welcome back to Pluto TV and its continuing coverage of the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Chaz Barstow got the better of Jared Cole by 4 legs to 2, and it means that Jimmy Vankei has got pressure on him at the top of the group. He is just now a couple of points clear, having had a 4-point advantage at the beginning of the day. Our fourth fixture is a meeting between Thomas Banks and Reece Robinson, who can move level with Jimmy at the top of the table. In fact, by the time Jimmy plays again in game number 6 of the day, he could find himself in second position in the group. Now, Thomas won his first match of the week in his first match of the day. Got the better with Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 2. And it's fair to say that that was the most settled, calm we've seen Thomas throughout the course of the week.
100.
He'll definitely gain a little bit of confidence from that victory over Conan Whitehead. And now that he's got that victory,
83.
it's about looking at what he did right and doing it again. Just repeating what he did.
135.
That's the road back to where he wants to be. The interesting thing for Robinson, though,
27.
is that, yes, with a win, he can go level with Jimmy Vankei. Jimmy will have a game in hand, but now that he's beaten him, he's done all the damage he can do against Jimmy.
135.
He's going to need maybe a little bit of help from other quarters throughout the course of the day if he is to win the group.
So Robinson looking at 131 to get the breaker forward to win this opening leg. Not to be on this occasion, and so Banks is looking to set things up here. Hoping to apply some scoreboard pressure upon his opponent.
56. Rishi requires 74.
Notice how he's only using the 20 if he absolutely needs to. Double 16.
Game shot on the first leg.
Robinson didn't need anything near the 20s there. That's a beautiful 2-darter.
There's a real air of focus
Second
about him
leg,
this
it's
morning.
Reece to throw first.
And we've kind of mentioned this earlier on in the week, where there's been times where we've spoken about the extravagant, the maverick, the side of Reece Robinson where sometimes it could be a little bit enigmatic. But this week I think he's shown real poise, purpose and real maturity about his game.
133.
He's only in his mid-30s. And I'm being a little bit sceptical with his age saying that. He's 33.
85.
Which is kind of his early 30s. He's been around for 16 years. When it comes to
47.
this radar of world-class darts, that's half of his life. Just imagine, 10 years from now,
94.
Reece Robinson being a world champion. Is it really that out of the ordinary to think that? It isn't.
44.
Well, it's possibly he could win a global title because he's still doing bits and bobs in the ADC, Yorkshire and Humberside region. So there's no reason why he couldn't qualify for that. And
96.
we saw what it did for Devon Peterson come the end of last year. Playing in that event and winning it.
133. Rishi require 101.
101 for Robinson. Goes for the bullseye first. And then a double-double.
61. Thomas should require 144. 41.
He's trying to
Rishi
figure out
require 40.
how to take 144 with 19s first. I like it.
Game shot on the second leg.
You
Reece
knew that Robinson was going to take that. He's in a really confident mood, and this is the time of day where he usually plays his
Third
best
leg,
darts.
it's Thomas to throw first.
I know he's 2-0 down in this game, but this has been far more competitive from Thomas Banks.
133.
Far more free-flowing. Apart from maybe one visit early on in his game against Conan Whitehead, everything is flowing.
And it's not a question of how many 140s he's going to get.
128.
It's how many 95s and 133s he might get.
And this is why statistics in darts has changed. Because once upon a time, the graphics that you'd see on your screen would be centered around tons, ton 14s and 180s. But as the game's developed, as are the people that look at statistics and that side of the game, data, they'll look at 1 treble visits, 2 treble visits, 3 treble visits, and of course you keep the 180s in there because it's the maximum score.
57.
That's how the game has developed and changed.
If you don't evolve, you're standing still, which pretty much means you're going backwards.
66. $41.
Still got a 1 dart lead in this leg. You'd fancy that Robinson will leave a finish.
134.
That's exactly what he does. He gives Thomas a bit of a dose of his own medicine now in the 19s.
87.
I'm
Ratio
really
required
enjoying watching Thomas
115.
play today. This is really creative. Just like that could have been. Now, he didn't have to go bullseye there. He just thought he could nestle one in.
91. Thomas, you require
He's
95.
playing well. Double-double. Well, that was the intention from
39.
Thomas. Robinson
Ratio
back for double
required
12
24.
to get the double breaker throw and open up a 3-0 lead in this match.
No score.
He doesn't get there. It
Thomas, you
just
require
felt like he was a bit
56.
puzzled by the first dart.
Game shot
Nice
on the
find
third
there. And
leg.
it does
Thomas
feel
back.
like Banks is more comfortable with this new throw this week, this new approach,
Fourth
actually
leg,
going
it's
for the
free still
bottom
for
half
first.
of the board as a
Game on.
whole. So double 10, double 16, treble 19 and 17. If that's the way you want to play, nobody is going to criticise that.
56.
And his numbers are going up a few points as well. Average of 76.5 prior to the end of the previous leg. Reece Robinson averaging just over 98
57.
and a half prior to the end of the previous leg. 2 from 6 in terms of his doubling. That off the back of a average of 95 and a half and a 4-3
83.
success against Jimmy Van Schie.
$96.
Now, I know I'm going early on it today, Nico, but are you ready for your Wednesday tungsten
56.
teaser?
In the words of Pat Benatar, hit me with your best shot.
96.
So, Wimbledon in 2025 has been scattered with big seeds going out. 4 of the top 10 in the men's world rankings have gone out, and Coco Gauff, the number 2 seed, has gone out in the women's competition. So, the question that I want to ask you and to all of you at home is this. At the 2025 World Darts Championship at the Alexandra Palace, how many of the 32 seeds lost their opening game?
77.
It was quite a few, wasn't it? Something in the region of 14. 13 or 14?
100.
We will give you the answer to the Tungsten Teaser throughout the course of the day. If you want to get in touch with the Tungsten
95.
Teaser, you can do it. It's at MSS Darts on our social media feeds. And if you get it right, then who knows? We might give you a shout out. But Thomas Banks here,
134.
despite what Reece
80.
Robinson is throwing at him, has got a chance to level up at 2. Oh,
No
that's
score.
desperately unlucky.
Ratio required
And you can
61.
understand why he is fueled by frustration.
He is a maverick, but that wasn't on purpose. He can still add it to his collection, though. Double 2.
Game shot on the
The
fourth
weird, the
leg,
wonderful,
Reece
and the accidental. Welcome to the world of Reece Robinson.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw
I think
first.
if you
Game
stick around this game long enough, you're going to see something like that.
171.
It's just beginning to click.
95.
Don't get another one. If he'd got another one, it would have left 159.
117.
Otherwise known as the palette.
Although if he
92.
had found another 171 and he'd laid up for a double with the next visit, he could have had the world's most creative 10 darter.
57.
Well, he's left himself on a finish after 9, and he's going to have to head up to the 20s.
Yeah, you can only get that one way.
55.
That is
Thomas
not
should
with the
require
treble 19.
156. 56.
He's going to cause people problems today, that's for sure, because he's got absolutely nothing to lose. And I mean diddly.
59. Thomas should require 100.
To bring it back to 3-2. Tops. No, I decided to persevere. I think he liked the lion dart one.
60.
And he is going to come back for double top to bring it back to 3-2. It's a far more competitive day so far for Thomas Banks. And he's a player that I think everybody's enjoyed watching at his best when he was winning weeks
78.
here. He was
Thomas
having runs at the
require
UK
40.
Open. But I think there's a lot of
Action on the
people that's
fifth leg,
beginning to
Thomas
find a
Banks.
newfound respect for this young man. We know the troubles that he went through on Monday. Times on Tuesday, things were difficult to come
Sixth
by.
flag, it's
But I
Reese
tell you
Federer
what
first.
he's finding today,
Game on.
not just as an uppage of quality, but showing great character to come back from that adversity and come out of it the other side and come out of it whilst improving at the same time. But the problem he's got is he's facing Reese Robinson, who so far today has found some top stuff.
57.
You're not defined by the trouble you go through. You're defined by how you get out of it, how you can recover.
134.
I'm talking about both of these guys. If
96.
you think things have been plain sailing for Robinson over the years, think again. Earlier on today, we categorised Robinson as a Maverick-style player, even likening him to a couple of snooker players.
95. Reese should require 147.
Now he needs a 147. There's a red. He doesn't get the green.
95.
Where's the second dart going?
45.
Well, another one of John Virgo's sayings
57.
is there a
Should require
gap? There's always
52.
a gap. But for Jimmy Vankei, that gap is closing in because Reese Robinson's looking at tops for a
Shot
second
and the match,
consecutive win.
Reese Robinson.
And to move level on points with JVS at the top of the table. He gets the better of Thomas Banks in, at times, a high-quality contest for Reese Robinson. The average dropped down to 87. It was around about 98 going into the third or fourth leg. A really good performance that from Thomas, all things considered. But it's Robinson who wins by 4 legs to 2. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the magnificent, stunning, picturesque Modus Live Lounge here in Portsmouth. Looking very resplendent on this Wednesday, and it sees a former champion in action. Game 5 of it as Conan Whitehead takes on Chaz Barstow. For Conan, looking to get a first one on the board after losing to Thomas Banks in his opener, but for Chaz Barstow, an opportunity to move top of the pile because he got the better of Jared Cole by
First
4
leg,
legs
it's
to
Chaz
2
to throw
in
first.
his
Game
opening
on.
fixture, and with a win here, piles it upon Jimmy Vankei ahead of his contest against Jared Cole a little bit
50 serve.
later on.
Yeah, the tall and short of it is, Barstow wins again. He goes top.
99.
He's more likely, from this standpoint, to win the group over Jimmy Vankei than anybody else because of the leg difference situation.
140.
Even with Robinson on the same points as Jimmy as it stands, his leg difference is 6 inferior at this point in time. So there are plenty of
128.
twists, turns and chicanes to negotiate over the next couple of hours.
Which is perhaps appropriate considering it's the weekend of the British Grand Prix at Silverstone.
60.
But here it's all about lights out and away we throw as opposed to go, go, go. It's actually quite a busy week of sport if you think about it. Wimbledon getting
40.
underway at the All England Club. The Women's Euros get underway tonight. You got the British Grand Prix at the weekend. You got Super Series darts.
100.
Polish Darts Masters
Yes.
in Gliwice, which that'll be raucous.
95. Charge require 144.
Looking to bring this one under 100. The only way he does that now, in a sense that he would like,
41.
would be if he had found a
Only
treble.
require 139.
Can't even bring it down to 84.
Well, the good news for Chaz is Conan's not finding his radar so far.
27. Charge require 103.
Since Monday, it's really not happened for Co, has it? Triple 20 tops, not to be. But Conan should have been all over
Conan,
what's
you
been a couple of
require
snack visits from
112.
Chaz. He may just get himself out of a bit of a hole here if he can find double top.
72.
Not far off.
Charge requires 60.
Okay, that one's a little high, but it's fine.
50.
He was maybe
Conan, you
distracted by
require
that dart
40.
that was a little high. Now it's 10s for Conan.
Game shot
He's
on the
not as
first
tense
leg.
now.
Conan Whitehead.
Well, Jimmy Vankei could do with Conan doing him a favour just to give him that
Second
little
leg,
bit of
it's
breathing
Conan to
space
throw
at the
first.
top.
Game on.
but you get the sense, and we've seen it before when Conan's had a good campaign that's not gone to plan. At some
78.
point, he will take out all of that anger, all of that frustration on someone and put in an average, which will just completely blow someone off the board.
46.
I have a theory about this. I don't think there's anybody in this group he can take that out on. Because if you think about the friendly nature of Barstow and Cole
42.
and Banks, the only person who maybe could ruffle his feathers is Reece Robinson. But he's not
85.
doing that this week. He's not ruffling feathers. He's not upsetting people with the way he's playing the game. So is there anybody here this week that
81.
Conan can get his teeth into? I'm not sure. Maybe people have
45.
wised up to the fact that if you just stay quiet and don't push Conan in the wrong direction, if you just be a ghost on the stage,
60.
you don't fuel him. So if he goes into Group C, he's got Aaron Turner, James Richardson and Stephen Plumstead. Of those three, Henry, can you see anybody ruffling his feathers?
81.
I think him and James could have a couple of things. And now, James is the friendliest guy you could ever wish to meet off the hockey. But I tell you what, on the stage, he likes to get involved a little bit. He likes the heat of
140.
battle. They're both very similar in that particular respect.
Yeah, it's a good point. That could be it.
They both like that heat of battle, but then once the warfare's over, they'll shake hands and they'll be good
24.
friends again.
Conan, you require 100.
And there's nothing wrong with that. That's a perfect guy for Co. Double 10.
90.
Just on the inside. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with when you on the hockey, getting involved, getting stuck in, as long as it's all good-natured once the game's over. Look at meetings between
100.
people like
Conan,
Neil
you
Duff and Steve
require
West.
10.
They'll absolutely go hell for leather when they play one another, but it's all good once it's done.
Yeah, Josh Rock and Ghetto in Price, the same.
Game shot on the second
That's
leg.
not the same
Conan
as the
Whitehead.
previous two darts. And Whitehead is not the same player as he was in the first game of the day.
Third leg, it's Chaz to throw first.
I just wonder,
Game on.
has Barstow got away with one against Cole in Game 3 because he only averaged 73?
100.
I'm not sure if he's going to get away with it again.
$121.
Those darts really are long, aren't they? Earlier this week, you were talking about things that are taller than Jimmy Van Schie.
115.
I wonder what in the world is the same measurement as the dart of Conan Whitehead. And you can't even see the flight there. Look how tall it is. This is the
58.
Jimmy Van Schie of darts.
We're going to have to look at ChatGPT again.
96.
We did get a really good image yesterday of a dancing Jimmy Van Schie next to the Spinnaker Tower. That was a good one. Wasn't quite Rafty Coxey.
60.
The infamous Rafty
Chaz, you require
Coxey.
150.
I'm never going to the end of that, you know.
Matthew Edgar sent me another photo of Rafty Coxey yesterday. There's not another one out there, but he keeps
98.
regurgitating the image around.
Don't worry, it's not going anywhere. It's an impenetrable raft.
And that is a audible
39. Chaz, you require 52.
murmur of frustration from Whitehead because he's let this leg slip and Barstow
Game
pins
shot on the
tops
third
14
leg,
darts, the
just
best leg of the
Barstow.
back so far.
I've got another theory. As
Fourth
Conan
flag,
is
it's
getting a
Conan
bit
to throw
frustrated. He's
first.
still got the 2-1 lead,
Game
but he's
on.
not enjoying the way he's playing. Maybe he can fuel his fire. If nobody else will, maybe he can.
45.
We're going to have to somehow beat Rafty
97.
Coxey in the ChatGPT stakes, aren't we? I don't think the Jimmy Van Schie one
62.
from yesterday was better than Rafty Coxey. But what about Conan the Barbecue? I want a Conan Whitehead barbecue.
96.
Is a merchandise dream. Who wouldn't want one of those?
Well, he wouldn't be the first famous sports person to have a barbecue
100.
range, would he? For Chaz Barstow, at 2-0 down, looked like he's on the wrong end of a grilling in this contest. But now he's putting up the fight in the
162.
fire to Whitehead.
Well, if you're going to have Conan the barbecue, Chaz is going to be the barman.
100.
Well, you got Conan the barbecue, and
Judge
you've got a bit of
require
Jared Cole in the next game.
146.
Good recovery. Leaves 85.
76.
Whitehead is not out of this leg, but he must get under 100 here, you feel. There's that drift again.
44. Chaz requires 70.
Chaz Barstow smelling an opportunity to level this game up.
50.
The
Conan, you
audible
require
clatter of
150.
tungsten on tungsten.
I was wondering for a second whether Conan was in one of them moods on 150.
96.
I think he's so ingrained in his own
required
game
20.
right now that the flashy shots are not actually coming up. It's
Shot on the full
2-2
flag, Chaz
after
Barstow.
Whitehead took a 2-0 lead. It is firmly Chaz who was the favourite to win this one
Fifth
from
flag,
this
it's Chaz
position.
to throw first. Game
Well,
on.
the first couple of legs, Chaz Barstow was dragging his heels. Now he's digging in.
97.
He's got his teeth sunk into Conan Whitehead.
92.
Takes a brave person to sink your teeth into Conan.
60.
I think the only person
54.
who would even consider sinking their teeth into Conan would be a zombie. And then 28 days later, they would succumb to someone else.
125. $85.
Just seems to have calmed down a little bit here, Conan. Just trying to be more at ease with the situation. If he does lose this game, he's going to be 6 points
99.
behind Robinson, Vankei and Barstow. And his possibility of winning this group will be dead.
85.
So 120 for Barstow to turn a 2-0 deficit in this game into a 3-2 lead. That's a perfect guy. Couldn't utilise it. But manages to nestle in a trouble to leave himself on double 10 upon his return.
100. Judge required 20.
Double 10. And now double 5.
His
15.
conversion rate on the doubles
Conan,
isn't
you
good.
require 84.
It's 2 from 8 for Chaz. Slightly better for Whitehead, is it?
59. Judge require 5.
I think he's a bit hacked off with being hacked off, so he's decided not to be.
Double 2. Well, this
1.
has been the problem for
Conan,
Chaz
you
Barstow.
require
He's spurred too
25.
many opportunities and given too many opportunities to Conan Whitehead, who is
Action on the
no
fifth
mood
flag,
to
Conan
mess
Whitehead.
around. He's 3-2 up. He's got the break and throws for the match.
Sixth flag, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Just when you think we've got a 3-horse race. We are going to have that, don't get me wrong. But
83.
3 people on 16 points is very much debatable right now. Jared Cole's not going to win this group,
58.
but he could have an almighty say in making things very uncomfortable for Jimmy Vankei next.
83.
The perpetual spoiler.
$85.
That 60 gets him back in the leg. Just tell that
140.
Whitehead is a field player. He's not about aiming and precision. He's about throwing that dart so hard towards the board that it has to accept it.
100.
That's the way he plays the game. He doesn't caress the dart through the air. He thrusts it.
45.
Well, Barstow looked like he did the hard work in the game, turning a 2-0 deficit into a level scoreline. He had opportunities to lead 3-2, saw that evaporate. Does leave himself a 1-2-4, and he's going to have a look at 1-2-4 to take us all the way. Every single match today has had at least 6 legs in it. It's been a very tight day so far. Are we going to get a second last leg decider? The bullseye says yes.
99.
But the dart says no.
64.
For another twist. Whitehead wins. He found something towards the end. He was 2-0 up. Then it was 2-2. And then it was, in period 3, 2-0 again to Whitehead, who takes the points and denies Barstow the chance of going to the top of the table. The man who's there is Jimmy Vankei, and he's next against Cole.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia required
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out of the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where before the break, Chaz Barstow lost out to Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 2. And so game 6 is a meeting between Jared Cole and Jimmy Vankei. For Jimmy, he's seen that defeat from Chaz, and it means that he can open up a seemingly insurmountable gap to him, and it'll be Reece Robinson, the person that he will hope to see the others take care of between now and the end of the day. Up against him, Jared Cole, who's already lost to one of the top 3 today. He lost out 4-2 to Chaz Barstow in game number 3 of the session. And so, how are things going to progress in match number 6?
100.
It's been a funny old day for Jimmy, hasn't it? Lost his first game, even though he registered one of the best averages of the day. He sees Whitehead lose. He sees Barstow lose after winning. His predicament, as it stands right now, could have been a lot worse. He maintains the top spot.
125.
On leg difference at this point in time. But he doesn't want that to be the case at the end of this game.
45.
He wants to be ahead on points.
$96.
Well, Jared leaving himself for the finish after 9. A 146, which has become one of his signature finishes in this building.
Jared, you require 146.
But he's not going to take it out here, and so Vankei will return for 145 to
95.
take out
Jimmy,
the opening leg of the contest.
145.
Why do I get the feeling that people are targeting Jimmy today? We know what Jimmy's targeting. It's that! What a shot that is!
Jimmy Vankei.
Talk about an accelerator. That's exactly what he needed. That deserves every single tilt of respect. That was proper.
The first ton plus checkout of the day and a knockout punch on Jimmy Vankei. The 145 goes and the Dutchman leads 1-0.
How many times is he going to do that? He's going to find those really difficult 3 dart combinations
43.
in really nice moments, sometimes critical moments.
Well, again, we go back to that game against Steve West. Sorry, Steve.
Yeah, don't bring that up. Maybe let's talk about the 161 he hit against Robinson instead, because that genuinely was an absolute sickener.
108.
But he's somebody that sees a finishing line in sight and he makes a run towards it. His game against Reece was one of the games of the week so far.
50.
Average just under 95, 50% on his finishing. He's just found that bit of quality when it mattered, particularly in that last leg on throw.
58.
Needs a 140 to get to a finish here.
140.
It's as if he knew he was going to get it. And he's got a plethora of 170s in this building. But nobody's got one this week yet.
You require 170.
He's in a position where he may be forced to take things like this out because Vankei is on his coattails and he's going to get a look at the 120.
You require 120.
I fancy this.
Still fancy it? It was always going to be difficult with that dart in the way, but he still finds a 60 somehow.
25.
So, for level game, 88.
Game shot on the second leg.
Jared Cole is back on terms.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
Are we at the point of the day now where there's really no pressure on Jared Cole? You remember week 12 in the previous series, don't you?
Oh, yes.
85.
This is already a better campaign in Group A than week 12 in Series 10.
99.
He got through Group C. So is there any reason why he can't get through that over the next couple of days?
45.
I can't think of one.
And to be honest, Jared's made a reputation of being a bit of a Group C specialist here. If you look at some of his best runs in the past, it has been coming through that particular group.
92.
I'm not sure Group B actually works for Jared. I think he's better off finishing in the bottom three.
57.
That doesn't mean to say he's going to go out there and purposefully leave himself in the bottom three. He wants to win all of his games today that he's got left because he wants to build a head of steam ahead of the next couple of days.
Also, if he finishes in the top three, he can work tomorrow afternoon. It's a double bubble.
I'll let you tell him that.
93. Jared, you require 170.
It's fish time again. But that was a bit smelly.
56.
Nothing worse than the smell of fish sometimes.
I can think of some things that are worse than that.
88. Jared, you require 114.
The smell of a sulfur factory.
Oh, yeah. Carpet right does not smell nice either. Anyway, Jared Cole could come up smelling of roses because he's found the
Action on the third
1-1-4
leg.
for the
Jared
break in a
Cole.
2-1 lead. The second ton plus out of the match.
Fourth flag. It's Jared to throw first. Game on.
You don't like the smell of a carpet shop.
Oh, no, not for me. Car showrooms.
139.
A new car smell is my favourite smell in the world.
$85.
The best smell in the world is the smell of victory.
140.
And it smells different to everyone. It might smell like money.
54.
It might smell like a novelty check. It might smell like silverware. But you can't beat the smell of success.
81.
And Jared has succeeded recently because he won the final qualifying week of the previous series, and since then he's had more success.
108.
As a teammate of England.
Jared, you require 141.
He's in a great position here. He could establish
86.
a 3-1 lead against Jimmy. The only leg he's won so far was with that monstrous 145.
96. Jared, you require
Well, we said
55.
that if Jimmy Van Ski is going to win this group, he's going to have somewhat of a collapse. Well, things are beginning to fall like a deck of cards for Jimmy Van Ski. But Jared
35.
Cole has missed a couple of opportunities
Jimmy,
to
you
move
require
3-1 to the good. And
86.
so Van Ski back for 86 for a level match.
He's going to hit this on the bull, isn't he?
Is he now?
He most definitely is not.
79.
Oh, the
Jared, you
tension
require 20.
in that man that is closer to 7 feet tall than 6 feet tall. The tension will build because he's
Gets
now
on the
3-1
full flag.
down.
Jared Cole.
Jared Cole is playing beautifully in this game.
Fifth flag. It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on. $59.
His average has been tickling around the ton mark for the duration of the contest.
100.
I haven't seen a great deal of that from Jared this week. Because in his own words, since the Six Nations, he hasn't played a great deal.
43.
By the end of the week, he'll have played an awful lot.
Well, Jimmy Van Ski felt sky high yesterday after his
60.
5 wins, but he may feel like he's sinking to his knees in quicksand right now, the way things are going.
60.
And that had to be some very quick sand to sink Jimmy Van Ski.
Yeah, not if he stands still. Because that's what you do if you're in quicksand. You don't do anything.
137.
It's like that scene out of the Simpsons movie, you know, when Homer gets out the bubble.
99.
Well, look on the bright side, if Jimmy can win this group over the next couple of days, the Royal Navy could use him as a periscope. He's just got to stand on the deck and tell you, oh, there's something going on in the middle of France.
100. Jared, you require 104.
Well, Jared found a 114 to spark him into life. Is he going to win this match with a 104? Double four, that's superb. And that is exactly what the King of the Castle's capable of. A top-class performance from Jared Cole. But on the other side of the coin, Jimmy Vankei has lost each of his opening 2 fixtures and finds himself in turmoil. 2 ton-plus finishes, an average in excess of 98. That was superb from Jared Cole. He beats Jimmy Vankei by 4 legs to 1. As for the Dutchman, well, he's looking behind him in the table now. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we have completed 6 matches so far on this Wednesday morning, and it's 2 defeats from 2 for Jimmy Vankei, losing out to Jared Cole by 4 legs to 1 before the break. This is how the table looks then as we go into the final 3 rounds worth of fixtures. Vankei and Robinson, they are both on 16 points. And Robinson closing the gap as well when it comes to legs difference. Chaz Barstow on 14. Jared Cole now hot on his heels, but he's got a lot of work to do in terms of legs difference. Conan Whitehead also on 12. Thomas Banks has picked up his first win of the day, or of the week, shall I say, when he got the better of Conan Whitehead at the beginning of the session. Game number 7 is a meeting between Chaz Barstow and Thomas Banks. As for Chaz, well, it looked like when he beat Jared Cole in the opening game of his day that he was just beginning to make some moves up the table. But defeat last time out to Conan Whitehead, missing 9 darts at a double in that contest, has derailed his hopes. As for Thomas Banks, well, today has been a much better day for him, hasn't it?
First
it really
leg,
has.
it's Thomas to throw first.
Nice to see.
Game on.
It's just about the little improvements day on day with Plan B, which is exactly that.
171.
And if you think Bulldog Banks can't beat his remaining 3 opponents, think again, because this new plan is working.
He just needed them couple of days to work out what worked for him, and he certainly found the formula now.
And one thing we got from the table just now as well, Henry, is there any reason why Conan Whitehead can't still win this group? He's in 5th position. He can still win the group. This whole thing has been thrown into chaos. And we like chaos.
48.
Could it be one of them dramatic Wednesday afternoons from out of nowhere?
45.
If Randy Orton walks in and RKO's Chaz
57.
Barstow out of nowhere, that would be the world's best out of nowhere RKO. But that's not going to happen.
Just comes jumping off the balcony.
140. Thomas, you require
That would be quite
126.
This is not funny for Chaz,
Game
because that's a
shot of first leg,
126.
Thomas Banks.
He's back. Or should we say he's on his way back?
Second leg, it's Chaz to throw first.
He's doing a bit of a Reece Robinson. He's playing great darts, throwing the way he doesn't usually throw, but this is remedial.
36.
This is a way of healing himself. And it just goes to show the natural talent
83.
that this young man has, the way he's able to beat in a leg like Chaz Barstow there with a throw that isn't even the one he wants to use.
43.
Well, we quoted Chris Mason earlier on in the show about writing averages and trophies. Well, we'll quote
29.
him again because one of his other phrases is setbacks make the way for getbacks, and Thomas Banks is beginning to exert that today.
97.
I think the attitude towards Thomas and the fixtures against him from the opponents is very different
83.
today. Because they can see on the monitor in the practice room the way he's playing, and all of a sudden,
100.
he's not someone they can just roll now.
So Barstow leaving himself
Judge, you require
145 to
145.
square this game up at 1 apiece, and 6 starts from here. We're going to have back-to-back tub plus checkouts.
Game
Yes,
shot
we
of second
are.
leg.
It was the
Chaz
1-2-6 of Thomas Banks in the opener, and Chaz Barstow follows up for 145.
Third
This
leg,
is
it's Thomas
quality.
to throw first.
Second game in a row that's had a 145. 2 different ways.
38.
Oh, that's a hat stand and a half.
But it's not a hat that Thomas Banks wants to doff.
60.
You're actually not allowed to wear hats
No.
on the stage. It is a rule. No headwear allowed
83.
unless it is for religious reasons.
46.
And we did have someone in our International Pairs Week with headwear for that reason.
139.
Manpreet Kaur of Kenya.
There are actually some players who would prefer to play in a hat, but
96.
they're not allowed to. Mark Stevenson, Daniel's dad, he loves playing in a cap.
I've seen Scott Williams playing a
57.
pairs event in the Isle of Man with a baseball cap on backwards.
Yeah, that's very Scott.
135.
You see most Americans playing the soft tip tour, the bullshooters and stuff like that, in shorts, trainers, a vibrant dart shirt and a cap.
57.
I can never get
Charge
behind
require
that.
164.
That's like playing on a golf course in jeans. No. That's not right.
Well, there's a lot of dart players that play in golf trousers.
94.
Because they're comfortable,
Thomas, you
they're
require
stretchy and they're functional.
127.
Well, Barstow will come back for the
55.
break,
Charge
looking at
requires
70 to open up a
70.
2-1 lead.
Game
Well,
shot on
some of the
third leg,
combination
just
finishing in
past
this
it.
game has been sublime. Every single leg in this match being one off the back of a combination finish of some sorts. And
Fourth
Barstow
leg,
2-1
it's
up.
chance to throw first. Game on.
And they are 3-dart combinations as well.
134.
He is definitely cranking it up a notch, isn't he?
$57.
Look at that first start. It's so perfect. And he gives dart 2 the daggers.
120.
Welcome to the world of 120 floor.
96. $44. 125.
Do you rate the chances of England at the World Cup in Korea later this year?
I want to see every nation's
100.
list first. Because I think the Dutch could be incredibly strong. I think the American team could be strong. The Canadian team could be strong.
134.
Canada's going to be
Charge
strong. I think
required,
Sweden will be
103.
strong.
Australia could be strong. There's a lot of nations that could really compete. And look, if the Republic of Ireland get their team right, they could be a threat.
47. Thomas,
Great
you
shout.
require 89.
What can Thomas do with 10?
Game
Hit
shot
it,
on the
that's
fourth
what.
leg.
It's
Thomas
2-2.
Banks.
Super game, this.
Banks is back.
Fifth leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on. 60.
Well, Barstow kick it off, leg 5 of a maximum, looking to
108.
begin to make a move in this match.
47.
Barstow averaging just under
93.
94. He's being forced to play those types of numbers because Thomas is playing his best darts of the week thus far.
43.
Until that visit, averaging 83.
I just hope that Thomas is not trying to put more pressure on himself.
58.
I think what he's got to continue to do is play with that freedom that he's had this morning. Just keep motoring on.
95.
He's not going to change his position at the table, so just keep playing the game. Play this new game he's created.
105. $96.
Even though he's
Charge
concentrating on the
required
19s, he's
65.
still very intelligently left to finish.
It's double top,
45.
just below.
Thomas,
And as
you
Thomas
require
Banks got
160.
another ton topper in the collection. Another one of them.
Can you imagine if he'd hit that?
66.
Having
Charge
used
required
treble
20.
19 for about 2 days for scoring.
You say it's ironic,
Game
but
shot
that
on
would have
the
been
fifth
the
leg, just past
ultimate
it.
confidence booster. But Barstow bags the double 10, moves 3-2 up in a game he knows he must win.
Sixth leg, it's Chaz to throw first. Game on. 46.
Barstow had a chance of going top when he played Conan Whitehead in Game 5. He wins this
41.
game. He will go top. but with the people around him having a game in hand.
140.
Robinson plays against Cole next.
38.
And Jimmy Vankei has to wait until game 9 to play Conan Whitehead. I'm not sure he's getting Conan at the right time.
140.
And I don't think Robinson is getting Cole at the right time, considering what he's just done to Jimmy.
100.
Well, this so far, and it's been a competitive group anyway, but this has been by far the most competitive day across the board. The scoreline so far
90.
suggests that only one of the 7 matches to be played so far, which of course includes this one, has gone less than 5 legs.
41.
The only person to this point who hasn't won a
85.
game is Jimmy.
But Barstow to pick the
Shot
points up
and the
in this
match.
one, finds
Just
double
Barstow.
top, and he keeps himself on the precipice of those at the top. He gets the better of Thomas Banks in a game which was it was Thomas's best performance of the week so far. 77 the average in the end, but Barstow 93.43. He wins 4-2. A couple of ton plus finishes in there, but Barstow, well, he keeps himself in touch with victory in that one. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. For the break, Chaz Barstow got the better of Thomas Banks by a 4 legs to 2 scoreline, average of 93.5 for Chaz in that one, which puts him a couple of points behind the top two. But Reece Robinson has an opportunity here because he's playing first in this round of fixtures as opposed to Jimmy Vankei to move to the top of the table. And it's been a while since Vankei has been dislodged at the summit. But he takes on Jared Cole, who last time out put in the performance of the day from any player, average of 98.16 and a 4-1 success against Jimmy Vankei. A couple of tub plus checkouts in there. And I tell you what, this game, if you look at the way these two have played so far this morning, has real potential.
For that reason, and the fact that it's 1-1 this week. But with Cole playing so well against Jimmy in Game 6, and not having too much time to wait for this game, and starting like that, already Reece Robinson has got a problem.
Well, Reece Robinson needs some W's if he's going to win this Group A. I think he knew before dart was thrown today that if he's going to win this group, he needed Vankei to falter and he needed to complete the card. Well, so far that plan has come into action perfectly.
135.
But I think Jared's playing with a bit of free roll here, and I think it's showing up to press.
He doesn't like the lie.
140.
I don't think there was anything wrong with it. But he's a little bit more particular than your average dart player.
He's on for potential 11 dart breaker throw to kickstart this contest.
Require 81.
So they go for the bullseye with Reece stuck in a sticky spot.
54.
That hasn't worked out very well at all.
46.
Now, he was hit with a 145 from Jimmy Vankei in the first leg of his previous game, Jared Cole. He's not going to be stung by a 146, but
27.
how often do you see 27 left? Seldom.
27 in game.
Jared Cole.
Not often do you see a player left on 27 points after 12 darts.
Second
But that
leg,
more
it's Jared to throw
unconventional
first.
14 darter, but they all count the same. Cole one up.
Unconventional. Let's talk about Reece Robinson's 61 from earlier.
46.
Treble 19, 2-1-1. Hold the phone. That must have slipped out of his hand. Well, look on the bright side. It's better than a 1.
98.
It's one of them that dart was that bad. It actually turned out being quite good for him.
100.
Some of the best things in life are discovered by accident. Places like the West Indies.
59.
Christopher Columbus thought it was India.
$55.
I was actually listening to a podcast last night involving Martin Tyler, the football
57.
commentator, and he said that he kind of jumped into that job by accident. It's interesting how life has funny ways of panning things out, isn't it?
95.
Are you about to get very philosophical today?
We can if you want.
It's a big rabbit hole.
140.
Well, Robinson looking at the 147 break.
60. Reach require 147.
He wanted to hit it because he doesn't want to be lumbered on an island like Robinson Crusoe.
43. Jared require 145.
But he might be. It's that 145 again.
Well, Jared Cole won his previous
57.
match
Reach require
with a 104
104
finish. Is he going to have it hit against him here? 83 left, and that is why going 16s on the 104 is a sensible play, because a miss anywhere within reason is going to leave yourself with a secondary chance, which he's unable to take. It might just be a dart at the bull, But Cole, who got the break
63.
in the opening leg,
Jared,
is
you
looking to
require
double his
88.
lead.
It's not the bull. It's that right
On the
there.
second leg, Jared Cole.
The England international really is playing well at the minute. Picking his spots and causing
Third
problems
leg,
for
it's
everybody
Reece to
above
throw
him.
First. Game on.
Is it this part of the day, this part of a group where people's pressure starts to
28.
tell? You know how they say when you do reps in a gym, it's the last 3 reps that give you the
90.
results. That's true. So if you do 15 reps, it's going to be rep 13, 14, and 15 that give you the change in the muscles, the change
96.
in your body. It's the last 3 rounds of Group A that can give you the results here.
Well, if he does win every game from here, Jared, then
59.
by and large he will be in Group B, because you'd imagine the points total in comparison to what everybody else would do for the rest of the day would give him that luxury.
Change of stacking method.
135.
He's not afraid to go from upright to flat mid-game.
60.
This is the kind of thing you wouldn't advise. It would take a maverick like Peter
57.
Wright or Reece Robinson to be able to do this. Because it can mess with your comfort on the tungsten with your fingertips. You can get a little bit lost
6.
with how you need to hold the dart if you're constantly changing where you're holding it.
Well, if we called Reece Robinson Jimmy White, Jared Cole's a little bit more like Kyron Wilson, isn't he? A precocious young talent. We
105.
know of his ability, but maybe it's just taken him a little bit longer than perhaps he would have liked to really begin to find it at senior level, just like Kyron did.
90. Reece, you require 80.
He's been going tops for this. Just one.
40. Jared, you require
This will be 17s for
142.
Cole. Oh, okay. Maybe not. Maybe not. It'll be that.
James
That
on
is
the third
absolutely
leg,
sublime.
Jared Cole.
And he's found a friend in double 14.
Fourth leg.
It's even
Jared
left
to
Reece
throw
Robinson
first.
perplexed.
Someone who's got one of the best arsenals in the game. Robinson right there was thinking, ooh, that's nice.
44.
Where can I get one of them? This could be catastrophic for Robinson in this group. His leg difference could be
55.
obliterated.
For Jimmy Van Schie, he hasn't won a game yet today, but luckily for him, everything else is going for him.
85.
Yeah, he's got a big problem with Chaz Barstow, though. Barstow plays Robinson at the start of the next
85.
round. If Jimmy were to lose again in the next game against Conan, Barstow will lead the table going into the
6.
final 2 rounds. Who thought that was possible?
Tell you what it would lead to. It could lead to one of the all-time great Group Bs. Van Schie, Greaves, Robinson.
94.
In fact, they all played on a Champions Week in Series 7. Some consider it the greatest Champions Week we've ever had.
140.
The Harrison 121 Champions Week.
137.
So much so, there's a highlights package of it, which is usually replayed on Pluto TV.
140.
Now, Reece Robinson's at the point of no return. He has to hit this 130, otherwise it could be curtains. Another one of them. Oh, he's chased the treble, and he could pay the price for it. Cole back for 32 for 4-0 win.
He's just said, what is that? Under no circumstances did he think he was going to miss the 20 segment. He's missed it by a couple of centimetres.
95. Jared, you require 32.
Well, the white flag could be waved in a minute because Jared Cole could be about to win this contest.
No score.
But now
Reese
what happened with the
require
last start of the
35.
last visit for Reese Robinson becomes an apparent glaring issue because he has to spurn one. It's double 16.
Game shot on
He
full
takes the
flag,
leg,
Reese Robinson.
but he could have realistically bust the 130. I wonder about this kind
Fifth
of thing,
flag,
you
it's
know.
Reese to throw first.
I'm
Game
all
up.
for the evolution of the game. More and more these days, I'm starting to see people using weird shots when they're in spots like that to maybe get the
94.
attention of their opponent. It's some form of distraction if you pay attention to what your opponent's doing. That has got
177.
Robinson's attention there.
Can I say it now or do you want me to wait till later?
92.
We'll wait till later.
140.
I'm not really sure what you're referring to, but Cole is on fire in leg 5. Gotta go bull. Well, okay, don't bother. Forget about the defensive play, which made sense. Just leave 135.
It's like a Kevin Keegan Newcastle team, but he
96.
wants to win
Reese require
4-3.
135.
But it's Cole that's closing in unless this 135 goes.
You really were watching and listening to that
87.
podcast last night,
Jared
weren't you?
require 88.
Match point for Jared. He can't get to the double. Reese will.
47. Reese require 48.
To keep us going. And to keep up a record of games
Game shot on
going
the fifth leg, Reese Robinson.
in excess of 5 legs, 3-2. And don't know what's happened there, but it caused Jack
Sixth
Garland to have a
flag,
good
it's
old
Jared
look
to throw
around.
first. Game on.
Jared Cole is looking to make something happen in this game that you don't see very often.
99.
Looking to make it 6 games in a row, won against the darts.
51.
In fact, it already has been 6 won against the throw today out of 7 matches. If it's 7 out of 8, today's group really is chaotic.
58.
To think we're only at the halfway point of the week. Well, you're not going to
60.
be here, are you, for the rest of the week? What do you see happening over the course of Groups B and C?
I can see Greaves qualifying.
100.
I don't think she's going to have it all her own way. I think it's going to be tumultuous. But I can see Saturday night being
60.
possibly the best one of the series so far. I can envisage Van Schie there. I can envisage Robinson there and Greaves.
140.
And the way that Jared's playing, why not?
Well, he won his last game with a 104 finish. Is he going to win this game with a 104
140.
finish? He's got plenty
Jared
of
to
time on his
require
side.
104.
And this for a second consecutive victory, a back-to-back good performances. Couple of wides.
38.
But he is going to be back for 66.
He would like to clickety-click that one.
39. Jared
that
requires
is a bit of an
66.
invitation for Cole to get this one done with a little bit of room.
Half's the score. Double 16. Well, he's made a bit of a mess of that.
34. Reese
He'll be
require
hoping that he gets one more
151.
opportunity, but that is under the proviso that Reese Robinson cannot pluck out a big finish. A big finish like a 151. 51 scored. What is inside that man's mind? Convention. And execution.
Sixth leg.
How about
Reese
that?
Robinson.
His back was firmly against the wall, but Reese Robinson comes back out swinging.
7th and final leg. It's Reese to throw first. Game on.
This game's got levels. And this fella from Humberside has got fire.
140.
He was out of this game. He was being absolutely destroyed.
Check 95.
But he's back in the game now. More to come. This game is very special.
Well, Sugar Reese Robinson was on the canvas. He managed to get back out of the corner, but Jared is jabbing him again.
140. $68.
Not bad. 4 trebles from 6 darts. But Robinson has the darts.
77.
That could be really valuable.
$58.
And now, still has the throw. 6 darts from 189. Considering what he's just done, it feels almost inevitable. He should go 19s here.
60.
Never tell a maverick what to do. Think, think, think. You know what he's going to do if he gets to 57.
95.
Or should I not
Reese require
speculate?
129.
Oh, not another one. Not another one. Oh, it was not far
111.
away at all.
Jared, you require 100.
One more chance to win this game 4-3. If you don't hit this, you will lose.
Tops cannot find. And you've got to give credit to Reese Robinson. He was 3-1 down in this game. To all intents and purposes, he looked out of it. But he's conjured up a vital win, and that's what it means. Because he knows that he should have been defeated in that one, and his hopes of winning this group should have been over. But Reese Robinson found 3 legs from the gods, found some big finishes, particularly the 151, when his back was firmly against the wall. Cole was back for the match, having missed a match start before, but Robinson's still in it. He wins 4-3. Jimmy Vankei takes on Conan Whitehead after.
$54. Charlie require 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
Maguire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George Maguire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
We've got some Great Danes coming to the Super Series in the International Pairs 2. And the players for that will be revealed on Saturday. And the man who was part of the winning Dutch team is in action now. Jimmy van Schie won that title with his good friend Danny van Tripe. And he will take on Conan Whitehead in this, the 9th game of the session. Before the break, we saw Reece Robinson come back from 3-1 down to get the better of Jared Cole in a last leg decider 4-3. And for Jimmy, well, he's searching for his first win of the day. And now finds himself in a little bit of peril in this group. I don't know what's happened there, but something's perked the attention of Jimmy van Schie. I think the pair very much enjoyed each other's company over the course of this week, but the serious business begins now. And for Conan Whitehead, he knows he can't win the group, but he knows he can give Jimmy van Schie some pain, and that's what he'll be looking to inflict here.
Just to give anybody watching
60.
this without the table in front of them a little bit of an idea, Jimmy isn't top anymore. He's actually 3rd. He has got a game in hand, though.
45.
If he can't use it, it is Chaz Barstow and Reece Robinson who will be in the top 2. And currently it's Robinson on top with 18 points.
100.
Who at the beginning of the day was 11-1 with the bookmakers.
And please remind us how
90,
short Jimmy
sir.
was. I've never said that before.
He was as short as 1-5.
$92.
But the long and short of it is Jimmy van Schie had an opportunity to continue to keep a hold of his lead, but has been
97.
so far today, not as if he's played poor, but he's come up against 2 big performances. Reece Robinson averaged 95 against him, Jared Cole 98.
140.
That's the point. People have played well against him. He has not played poorly. In fact, he's averaging around about 92.5 for the day.
138. Conan, you
Well, I said it
require
yesterday that
109.
he was poor the Monday, but got more results. It's like he's playing like he did on Monday, getting the same results as Monday.
97.
And he may need
Jimmy,
moments like
require
this just to spark him
124.
into life, just to win him legs. He had to find a 1-4-5 against Jared Cole just to get on the board, and he's not going to find a 1-2-4 there. So Whitehead back for double 6, 3 in hand to take the
25.
opening
Conan, you
leg.
require 12. Six. Jimmy, you require 99.
Well, if you had Thursday and Friday off, you could go and get a 99 down at Southsea Pier. Wants one right now. Double 16.
67.
That combination
Conan, you
is just a
require
little
6.
loose. By the tiniest of margins.
4. Jimmy, you require 32.
Well, you could see how disappointed Conan was for those misses there. It gives Vankei an opportunity at double 16 to break the throw. Double 8.
Game shot on the
Vankei
first
won
leg.
up.
Jimmy Vankei.
Almost an apologetic look as he won that leg.
Take it and run, Jimmy.
Second leg, it's Jimmy
Simple as
to
that.
throw
Look
first.
how angry that man is.
Game on.
That was my leg. How dare you?
But we said this earlier on. At some point, Conan
58.
Whitehead's going to get so angry to the point where somebody will be on the receiving end of something.
Yeah, just get the T-shirt made right
92.
now. Someone's going to get it.
We've seen it before where Conan's had struggles and he will pull out 110 average from out of nowhere. And Jimmy will know about these
81.
types of things because he's a very astute player.
Yeah, he knows what's going on. Wherever he goes, he knows who's in form, who's
22.
there, who's not.
He's a man that knows his apples from his pears.
95.
That Oki is getting a kicking today.
$41.
I was talking to Jack Garwood, our referee, a couple of days ago,
60.
and he remarked on something that I didn't really speak about. The fact that Jimmy does use a moulded flight, but it's a slightly different colour this week.
95.
Still got a little bit of blue in it, but it's a darker shade with a bit of black in there. Maybe it's just a new colour,
130.
and he really likes it, and he wanted to move on to them.
Portsmouth Blue. He's still not got his Fratton Park wish yet, as Jimmy Vankei.
81. Jimmy, you
I've come
require
across many people
7.
who have a Fratton Park wish.
Qualifies for Champions Week. Portsmouth are at home. Twice.
Game shot
And
on
he's
the
finding
second
himself
leg.
at home
Jimmy
in this
Vankei.
game. He pins the double 16 and he's 2-0. At home to Reading in the League Cup. And then at home to Norwich
Third
City.
leg, it's Conan to throw
So there's
first.
motivation for
Game on.
Thomas Banks.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Also, I mean, I'd never hear the end of it if Norwich won that game.
97.
I will tell Thomas, the last time Portsmouth played Norwich, Pompey 1-5-2.
$100.
Sorry, what was that? I tuned out for about 15 seconds.
As for Conan
93.
Whitehead, he is a huge Welling United fan. The Wings, who spent many years playing in
40.
football's Vanarama National League, but have fallen upon some tough times in the last couple of years. This season will be
85.
playing their football in the Ishmael League after getting relegated from the National League South. They finished 22nd last term.
100.
That'll be a good league. A lot of Kent-based sides in there. Dover, Dartford.
Not a great deal of distance to travel if you want to go to an away game.
May I say I've got a Ishmael League trophy
81.
photo somewhere?
I've got one with the Stanley Cup.
100. Conan, you require 145.
145. What do you see it done today? Are we going to see it done again? Not this time. It was done by Jimmy Vankei and by Chaz Barstow.
93. Jimmy, you require 161.
Oh, come on, not again. I really like the 19s on 161.
129.
It makes a
Conan, you
great deal
require
of sense.
52.
But staying in this game makes sense. Double 16.
Game shot of
Hugely
third leg,
valuable and a
Conan
big
Whitehead.
sigh of relief for Conan, who was staring 3-0 in the face if he missed that.
So 2-1
Fourth
Vankei
leg,
in
it's
this
Jimmy to
particular
throw first.
contest too.
Game on.
It'll be remiss to think at this particular point in time, when you consider the day that he's had, may well be thinking that somebody else is chasing down his
125.
tail.
You were talking about having your photo with a trophy.
Well, we had won the trophy.
58.
La-di-da. Come Champions Night, I'm sure there are plenty of people who would like to have their photo with the
6.
Modus Super Series trophy, which actually looks a little different now. Looks a bit grander. That one's not going anywhere, folks.
100.
There's going to be names on it soon. You know what dart players are like, right? They don't like touching a trophy they haven't won.
137.
So you haven't touched many trophies then?
Don't go down that route. But when I was at the last World Cup I played in with Simon Whitlock 10 years ago,
100.
they asked us to have a photograph with 2 ladies from the sponsor and holding the trophy. And I said, Simon, you can hold that. I don't want to touch it. I don't want to touch something I haven't won.
139.
A lot of players, a lot of people in sport are like that. They only want to touch something that they have actually succeeded in winning.
Well, Peter Wright got criticised for touching the trophy before his first
43.
final against Michael Van
Jimmy
Gerwen in
required
2014 on the
40.
walk-on. Vankei looking at tops. He came so close to touching the trophy in Series 8 against Marvin van Velzen.
20.
Who was actually celebrating his birthday today. So many happy returns to MVV.
Sure, there'll be another family pose picture.
Marvin and the Big Watch Brigade. How could we forget? It's actually Fallon Sherrick's birthday
Fuck.
today as well. So
Jimmy
many happy
required
returns to the Queen
20.
of the Palace.
Game shot of
3-1
fourth leg, Jimmy
Vankei.
Vankei.
And is bearing down on the top spot once again. But here's his issue.
Fifth leg.
He's
it's
not going to
Conan
win this
throw
game
first.
4-0, so he's not going to
Game on.
return to the top of the table. Chaz is now going to be top going into round 4, come what may.
$100.
As you mentioned earlier on, Jimmy and Chaz go head-to-head in Game 13 of the session. There could well be a
100.
element of winner takes all when it comes to that particular game. Jimmy Vankei plays Thomas Banks in his next one. Barstow's up next against Reece Robinson.
44.
Yeah, and Robinson, pardon my last statement, but he's actually got more points than Barstow and Jimmy Vankei. Imagine if the winner of Game 13 between Jimmy and Chaz
125.
gives Robinson a chance to beat Whitehead in the next game to win the group. This has got my head in a spin, this group, all of a sudden. I didn't foresee this morning. I thought Jimmy would win this
60.
group comfortably. Anything but comfortable, this situation.
Or even a man that's experienced everything in this building is surely beginning to feel the pressure, Jimmy Vankei.
56.
He wouldn't be human if he didn't.
Sense
92.
it's going to be about reset for Conan, but that's one thing that we've seen from him in the past that he's very good at. He'll just put this behind him. He'll forget it ever happened, and will come in with a fresh mind tomorrow. But Jimmy Vankei is
140.
beginning to put his foot on the throttle and looking to put the pedal to the metal, leaving himself on 80 after 12.
140.
That's
Jimmy
an aggressive
require
looking
80.
layup. It might not be enough. Jimmy's going to get a match start.
60.
Match start missed,
Conan, you
opportunity
require
missed. Does he
65.
get punished?
Well, this is the benefit of getting the extra 60 instead of going for the 25 and bull with his previous shot. He gets the bullseye when he doesn't want it. $15 left. And double 4.
57.
We had a chance to
Jimmy
save it,
required
was able
20.
to take it. And so Vankei to finally get on the board, and he'll breathe a huge sigh of relief. Has to be the case. I don't know what exactly happened there, but well, they can shake hands if Vankei finds a double 5. And
Game
find the
shot,
double
and the match,
5 he
Jimmy
will, and he
Vankei.
finds himself on the board. He gets the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs one. You can see the relief on his face as he wins that one, and I don't know, something has sparked the attention of the pair. All in good nature, everyone's smiling. Vankei wins by 4 legs to 1. He's on the board. Coming up after the break, Chaz Barstow takes on Reese Robinson.
Thanks for your continued company here on Wednesday now afternoon, because we have completed 9 games, and that shows you our last 3 results, with a win for Barstow, a win for Robinson, and a win for Vankei, because all 3 of those are vying for the Group A title here this week. And this table, as you can see, shows a very interesting picture. Barstow has the best leg difference, but is 2 points behind. Robinson and Vankei tied on 18 points. It's very much up for grabs as we go into the penultimate round, starting with Barstow up against Robinson. So, the tale of the tape here is as follows. If Barstow wins, he can jump from 3rd position to 1st, which is exactly what Jimmy Vankei's just done. But if Robinson wins, he will make sure that Barstow does not win this group. We are definitely now at the thick end of the stick.
Well, it was Brian Moore, the famous football commentator, that said the line is up for grabs now. And it most certainly
First leg,
is the
it's
case
Chas
in
to
this
throw
Group A.
first.
But who can grasp the opportunity? We're beginning to get to the stage where matches like this are becoming effective shootouts.
76.
Like a proper shootout. Like from one of those Western films.
43.
I think that's from Legend, isn't it? About the Cray twins. Played by Tom Hardy.
And this group at times today has been like the Wild West.
140.
Yeah, these guys need to find their venom. There's
56.
definitely venom in the last performance from Robinson. 3-1 down to Cole and found a way through with fantastic doubling.
57.
That 151 shot was thunderous. A beautiful dose of chaos.
100.
I think the most unexpected winner of this group, of the current top three, would be Chaz. Because I was the one who held his hands up on Monday saying, I don't think he's a Group A player. But if he goes on to win Group A, I'll be the first person to say well done.
Well, I think he almost half agrees with you in terms of that sentiment. I think him playing first game and
53.
last game on both Monday and Tuesday did not help him. But actually, I think the schedule today plays into his hands perfectly. And he looks at double top to take out this
90.
first leg.
Chaz, you require 40.
It was almost a case of Monday and Tuesday being a damage
Game shot on the
limitation job
first leg,
for
Chaz
this little
Barstow.
burst that he's finding now.
Second leg, it's Reese to throw first. Game on.
Here's what really interests me. It's the fact that Robinson beat Vankei earlier. That was his first
75.
victory against Jimmy this week, making the head-to-head as tight as it could possibly be after 3 days. These two are
96.
one game all. When Barstow's up against Jimmy in game 13, they are one game all. So all of their fixture lists are as tight as they could possibly be.
41. $59.
There is a conceivable scenario where three players are tied on points going into the last round.
Where have we seen that before?
100.
Quite a few teams, actually.
Happens more often than not. Chaz Barstow wins this particular
98.
contest. Jared Cole would be resigned to his fate in Group C, as too would Conan Whitehead.
And they've got to play each other in game 12. Jimmy's got Banks next.
100.
That almost felt like a guaranteed 2 points the last couple of days, but it isn't today.
56.
Well, Robinson has 6 starts here for 185 to level this contest up at 1 apiece.
And there's the change of lie. When things aren't going his way, this is what he does. He changes the game.
45.
It's almost like a football team who find their backs against the wall and
90.
just decides to shift
Reese
formation a
require
little bit.
140.
Reece Robinson's just put an extra holder in the middle of the park.
Six.
Almost such a
Chaz, you require
well-crafted
102.
ton from Double R.
No double left for Chaz.
94.
Until
Reese, you
Dart
require
3 is
80.
complete, which might be a little bit too late. He changes again. How does he get through this? Is he like Daniel Bedingfield? Because he's going to get through
On the
it.
second leg, Reece Robinson.
Well, it was a virtually impossible angle, but Reece Robinson has been like
It's just
virtual
a first.
insanity at times
Game on.
this week. An impossible dart made possible, and he's level at 1 apiece.
57.
Yeah, instead of Jamiroquai, it's Jamiroquai.
Or as you guys in Geordieland like to call it, Jamiro Y-I.
100.
That would make sense. Jamiroquai.
It's like your favourite utensils shop is Y-I Man.
57.
It was actually the longest serving sponsor of a sports competition.
100.
Title sponsor when they were sponsors of the Ryman League. And actually going back to that picture of the trophy that we won the last ever year, it was called the Ryman League.
How have you not been a mastermind?
83.
Hi, I am Henry Deacon. My specialised subject is football that no one's ever seen.
Next year, we'd win the Conference South courtesy of an 89th-minute goal in the
83.
last day of the season against Concord Rangers. Who was Danny Cowley's first ever
95.
club?
Who's Danny Cowley?
Former Huddersfield Portsmouth, current manager of Colchester United.
Oh, I don't know who he is.
134.
I watch proper football and proper darts.
$99. Rishi require 84.
Still delivering them flat. This is double 11.
62. Chaji
Well,
require
this could be a hurtful ton plus
110.
check. Where have we said that today already?
Well, this could flatten Reece Robinson. And perhaps the way this game's gone would have flattered Chaz Barstow, but Robinson back for double 11, 3 in hand for the
50.
2-1 lead. Now,
Rishi required
expect these
22.
to be thrown pitched up. Thank you, Reece.
With Reece Robinson, there is no rule book.
No score. Chaji requires 60.
This is more textbook.
Double 10.
Game shot on the
2-1
third leg.
Barstow.
Chaz Barstow.
Robinson had an opportunity to break the throw, couldn't find it, and Barstow gets his nose in front.
Fourth flag. It's Reece to throw first. Game on. $108.
When he does that, you think to yourself, what could possibly go wrong? Why does it not happen more
40.
often? He's got a throw that is to die for. He can throw world-class two ways.
57.
Don't get me wrong, I am very happy that Reece Robinson focuses on playing Super Series darts. And he doesn't want to go to
93.
the Pro Tour right now or the Challenge Tour, anything like that. This is where he applies himself. And I'm very happy about that, but
94.
he has got more talent to go elsewhere. He just doesn't want to at the minute.
Look, going back to the points that we made earlier, there's certain people that,
140.
yes, the professional game is the be-all and end-all, but there's others that are more than happy to ply their trade here, doing great things, but he's not going to find a fillet of fish.
98. $98.
Yeah, nice
Rishi
little from
requires
Chaz.
72.
Double 12 for Robinson.
Game shot on the fourth
Picture
flag.
perfect.
Reece
We are
Robinson.
2-2, and all of the games today have been very competitive.
Fifth flag. It's Chaz to throw first.
There's nothing wrong if
Game
people
on.
want to stay at certain levels, if people feel like this is their happy place.
Is Reece feeling something?
100.
I don't mean in a positive sense. Is he feeling a little bit of a niggle in the right side of his body? Is that why he's throwing this way, to take the pressure off something?
100.
Just saw a little bit of a wince at the end of the previous leg. This has happened before.
108.
Well, if that's the case, Chaz Barstow has got to exploit it.
100.
It's quite a nice thing to have, isn't it? If you're not feeling 100% throwing one way, if it is in your armory that you can change your throw and be more comfortable.
60.
That's like being able to score in the 6-yard box when you're on the ground.
Toe poke darts on Reece Robinson.
91. Chaz, you require 161.
Chaz Barstow's got 6 from here to lead 3-2. Didn't have to chase around if he didn't want to. And he's going to leave himself in a very good
137.
position. Leaves himself on double 12 after just 12 darts.
A primary double left after 12.
75.
Proper
Chaz, you
darts.
require 24.
But he
18.
runs the risk
Reece, you
of
require
losing this leg.
135.
The fledgling firework might find the 135. I think he was in two minds there, whether to go for treble 19 or treble 15.
90.
He
Chaz, you
completely
require
lost the line
6.
there.
And if Barstow finds this, he's in
No
a leg
score.
of losing the match.
Reece, you
However,
require 45.
a few misses there means that Robinson returns to get the break to move 3-2 up. It's double 16.
What a marker that is.
13.
Oh, and he can't skid off the top of it.
Chaz, you require 6.
So 2 threes for Barstow to lead 3-2. He gets another crack.
Game shot
And
on
only
the
needs
fifth
the
leg,
one. He
Chaz
doesn't find
Barstow.
himself in the tungsten trapdoor.
6th leg, it's Reece to throw first. Game on.
For some people, double threes like being in the stocks. Not a nice place to be. You ever seen those, Henry? The stocks?
140.
Is that the one with the guillotine that comes down? Or
No, this is where you are... They're like handcuffs from medieval times, but
58.
your hands are up next to your shoulders, and this wooden plank has got your head and your wrists all in the same plank. Very uncomfortable.
60.
You'll see them if you go to medieval fairs, like Arundel Castle and things like that.
well, I don't think anybody had that on their bingo card for the day.
96. $100.
That could be the forfeit for the person who finishes last in a group.
83.
You've got to be in the stocks for an hour. Yeah, this is not Takeshi's Castle. Not going to do anything like that.
More people have been on the moon than completed
139.
Takeshi's Castle.
You couldn't wait to get that stat out. It's like it's been festering for years. One of these days, that
44. Reece
Takeshi's
requires
Castle stat is going to
62.
come out. Today was the day.
47 left. 32 left. Nothing
Game
left.
shot on the
We
sixth
go all the
leg,
way.
Reece Robinson.
It just had to
7th
be this
and
way, didn't
final
it?
leg, it's Chaz to throw
A
first.
one-leg
Game
shootout
on.
to see if Chaz Barstow is still in this group or he will be playing tomorrow and Friday.
108.
And that's his response.
He's got levels as Chaz Barstow. He's also got grit.
95.
A few times today, he's found himself in tight spots.
57.
Managed to pull it out against Thomas Banks, who threw absolutely everything at him. And it looks as if he could well be doing something similar against Reece Robinson, who has pushed him and probed him all the way.
59.
Just a mark of how good the darts have been today. The sessions on Monday and Tuesday were quite short. This one
140.
is not. At least Robinson knows if he doesn't win this match, he can still win the group. But with that maximum, he leaves a finish. Bullseye to win.
99.
That miss opens the door for Robinson for a possible 3, 4, 7 and 6.
Well, he found a huge 151 in his previous match, but he's not going to find the 167 there. And so Chaz Barstow comes back 25
95.
for a seismic win.
25.
But he's missed a big number. He's only going to get one dart. A double 6.
19. Rishi
Finds
requires
himself
72.
possibly in the stocks again. Or will he be stopped?
Reece Robinson pulls it out the bag again. He went to the well and came out the other side against Jared Cole. He went to the well and come out the other side against Chaz Barstow, who you can see is mightily frustrated because his opportunity may well have gone. Robinson 4, Barstow 3 for Jimmy Van Schie. He takes on Thomas Banks on the other side of this short break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
Yoki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6 double 7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got in the match, and and the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Reece Robinson pulled out the bag again. A 4-3 win against Chaz Barstow moves him on to 20 points in the group. Chaz Barstow's now out the race in terms of winning it. For Jimmy Vankei, he takes on Thomas Banks. He can also move on to 20 points of a win here, and it would mean that we will have a race all the way down to the line in the final round of fixtures, where Vankei will take on Chaz Barstow in match 13, and then Reece Robinson would take on Conan Whitehead
First
in
leg,
the
it's
match
Jimmy to
after
throw
that.
first.
But Thomas Banks
Game on.
today, Nico, has been a far more competitive quantity than he was on Monday and Tuesday. There could be some problems here for Jimmy if Thomas plays like he has been.
Yeah, I think Jimmy is very aware of what he's got to do here and what he's up against. But I think the most important thing here is that
95.
Jimmy plays twice before Robinson plays again. Robinson's done all he can to put himself top of the table
140.
before he plays his last game of the group. But the thing is, because Vankei has got a better leg difference
136.
than Robinson, if Jimmy does what he can win the group before Reece throws again.
60.
If Jimmy hasn't won the group by the time Reece plays again, it means
50.
that Jimmy needs a favour. Did you hear that?
57.
And that flight popped off.
It pinged, didn't it?
Yeah. It was like an echo in the live lounge.
An echo at the live lounge.
78.
An echo in the live lounge.
Echo at the live lounge.
Don't. We could be here all day.
We're going to be here all day tomorrow and
100.
Friday.
Thomas, you
Well,
require
you're not.
It's
142.
like saying Great White Buffalo. You can't say it once. Got to say it 3 or 4 times.
Jimmy, you require 84.
Great White Buffalo. Moving on. And we're looking at 64 and 2. And the bull.
59. Thomas, you require
How does Banks want to
44.
take this? That'll work.
On the first leg, Thomas Banks.
He's beginning to upset people.
Second leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Well, it's the first straight day we've seen the change of shirt from
57.
Thomas Banks. Begins with his Bulldog shirt before then, midway through the day, designed to change. Probably more an atmospheric
96.
condition thing when you consider the heat on stage.
Change is as good as a rest.
46.
And that can be used for many different things. Change of approach. Change of
6.
schedule. Change of wardrobe. And in the case of Thomas Banks as well this week, change of haircut. I wasn't aware that
67.
the 1990s boys' own centre parting was back in fashion. Don't you get any ideas, Deacon?
Thankfully, I've got no hair
30.
left to do any curtains with. Be lucky to get a buzz cut next time.
57.
Tell you what, Scott Mitchell can rock some good curtains.
Yeah, he had them before they were cool, though.
99.
One or two people that work behind the scenes here have the odd questionable haircut or two. We've got some
58.
curtains, some mullets. There's some that without a haircut at all.
85.
Some people believe that they play better when they've had a fresh haircut.
80.
I can
Jimmy required
concur with that kind of
131.
thing.
Conan Whitehead is one of those.
Look good, feel good, play good. And if you play good,
95.
you get paid good.
Thomas, you require 136.
I've said for ages when Adrian Lewis
42. Jimmy, you
used to get a
require
haircut,
36.
you'd have to watch out because he would play brilliant that day. Double 9. He's got that dream marker again,
18.
but he can't use it.
Thomas, you require 94.
So Banks looking at 94 for 2-0. So how did they go?
54.
Double. Are they able
Jimmy,
to
you
execute?
require
So
18.
Vankei back. Double 9. Another bite. For somebody who loves double 18, the switch over to double 9 can sometimes be a bit of a problem.
Game
But
shot
no problem there.
Jimmy Vankei.
Gets it with the first dart. 1-1.
Well, that was composure, wasn't it? Because when he originally
Third leg,
went to the
it's
hockey,
Jimmy
he
to
wasn't
throw
comfortable.
first.
So the little step
Game
back, recompose, then hit. Therein lies a little bit of a lesson for
96.
aspiring dart players. If you're going to learn from someone here this week, Jimmy Vankei's not a bad muse.
95.
If you want to use Jimmy as your wallpaper on your phone, though, you're probably going to have to zoom out.
Probably better useful for an iPad.
87.
Or wallpaper. Literal wallpaper. Floor to ceiling. that's a good idea.
140.
He's about the right height. You could have each roll is Jimmy Vankei just all around the room.
85.
Waking up to Jimmy in different poses on the wallpaper.
53.
That's $1 million idea. Honestly, the things that go through my head.
46. Jimmy requires.
Jimmy's got a 112 on his mind.
88. $125.
Spend
Jimmy
a bit more time on the 20s there.
Game shot
And Jimmy
on the
doesn't
third
spend much
leg.
time on the
Jimmy
12s. You can see that the action of Banks has
Fourth
definitely
leg, it's
improved
Thomas to
today.
throw first. Game on.
And he's going to go to the 20s.
99.
He's going to start gradually going back to the treble 20. This is a really nice approach.
And that in itself is progress for Thomas Banks.
35.
Well, that is a source of frustration for Jimmy Vankei.
70. $100.
We focused so much on the battle for the top spot today. We've almost neglected the race for the top 3. Because there hasn't really been one, has there? But with
43.
Barstow's defeat in the previous game, he's not necessarily safe yet. He's not going to win the group, and he
80.
might not even get 3rd spot.
This is beginning to get a
93.
little bit
Thomas, you
tetchy.
require 152.
Banks 152.
That's the old Keegan Brown 152 route.
81.
A man from just over the Solent, the 2-time winner of the Untouchables in Portsmouth.
40. Thomas, you require 71.
For 11 match.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
This is
Thomas
really
Banks.
classy from Thomas Banks. And you can just see now that he's playing with a carefree attitude.
5th
And
leg, it's Jimmy to
he's
throw
playing
first.
like a man who's slowly getting
Game
there.
on.
And he's even got a little bit of an eye roll to the camera.
They know where the lens is. They've all won a week. They've all done interviews. They've all been the last person standing.
108.
They know this place like the back of their hand.
60.
Jimmy Vankei's been here that regularly now. He probably doesn't even need a sat-nav when he gets off the ferry at Dover to Portsmouth.
Not at all. He'll know the route. If he spends any more time here, they're going to charge him council tax.
95.
Two and a half hours, isn't it, on the car from here to Dover?
94.
I thought it was a little bit more than that.
Could be. I suppose it's when you get the run of it. I suppose if you go on a Sunday, then the
96.
road should
Jimmy
be
require
quite nice.
70.
Jimmy Vankei is looking to touch the road of success.
96.
Do you know what? I can envisage him on a chopper or a big Harley on his way to Portsmouth.
48. Jimmy requires
Can't
74.
envisage him in one of those small Italian cars.
Game shot on the
3-2 Jimmy Vankei with a
Vankei.
14 darter. He is very focused right now, looking forward, not looking back.
Sixth leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
Took no time at all, him always and won.
140.
I think he understood very quickly
60.
that Thomas was gunning for him in this game. These guys are pretty good friends,
55.
but that is very much off the stage right now.
Well, this
Especially when there's money on the line, glory, and an invitation to Saturday, which
99.
Jimmy just can't get enough of.
Well, this just shows the streetwise nature of Jimmy Vankei. He's seen a guy who spent
40.
a few days right in the doldrums begin to turn it on, and he knows consequently he is going to have to switch on. He cannot afford a lapse of concentration just because of the predicament of his
85.
opponent, who could force a last leg decider here.
Be careful who you're kind to
58.
en route to success, because at one point they might come up and bite you.
97.
Not literally. I don't think there's anything against the rules about biting, but it just wouldn't be sporting.
52.
Yeah, I think the Darts
Jimmy
Regulation
require
Authority might have something to say about
160.
biting an opponent.
When is Luis Suarez making his Group C debut?
No, we haven't got hamster week.
85. Thomas, you require 156.
156. Not to be, and so Vankei will return for
100.
75.
Jimmy requires 75.
Well, that's bounced out. I think that clipped the wires. It's going to have to be 25 with Bull. Bullseye for the win.
Bullseye to be top.
Not far away, but Thomas Banks is going to have a couple of
Thomas, you
darts to
require
send us all the
56.
way again. Another 4-3?
Game shot
And
on
it
the
might
sixth
just
leg.
be
Thomas
another
Banks.
game that is won against the throw. Banks does not have the darts in this last leg, but that means
Seventh and
absolutely
final
nothing
leg.
today.
It's Jimmy to throw first. Game on.
8 of 10 completed games have been won against the throw today.
95.
And the two games that have been won on throw so far have been 1-4-3.
So what you're saying is we're going to follow a pattern
29.
regardless.
$100.
Jimmy's pushing and probing, but he hasn't been able to really steer clear with Thomas
26.
Banks. But that slip of a visit may have just opened up the door for invitation.
Yeah, I get the feeling Thomas is going to go back to the 19s next.
59.
In this spot, he probably should. He's so wise for such a young lad.
Back to
58.
the safety zone.
Yeah. It's all well and good going outside of your comfort zone every now and again, but you do need one.
77.
In physical activity, they say the best results come from being outside the comfort zone, but every now and again you've got to be
46.
there.
Jimmy, you require 170.
Well, Jimmy Vankei could find himself in a more comfortable zone in terms of winning this group. He's got 6 darts, probably more from 170 to
96.
get the job done.
He didn't need to go to the 20s there.
85.
Couldn't
Jimmy
even finish from
requires
314
74.
to anywhere, but Jimmy Vankei might finish this off.
He will
Shot
finish it
and
off.
the merge,
And it
Jimmy
means that
Vankei.
Jimmy Vankei will just about have the ascendancy going into the final round of matches. He gets the better of Thomas Banks, who pushed him all the way. It goes all the way to a last leg decider, but it was Jimmy Vankei who is able to hold it together. So next up for us, Jared Cole against Conan Whitehead. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series for the break. Jimmy Vankei got the better of Thomas Banks by 4 legs to 3. Game number 12 of the session is a meeting between Jared Cole and Conan Whitehead. For these two, they know that they are going to be playing later on in the week. Conan knows that he's going to be in Group C, and Jared, because of Chaz Barstow's defeat to Reese Robinson, if he can win this game 4-0 and then win his next game, his last game by that margin, if Chaz Barstow falls to a heavy defeat, then he would stand a real outside chance. However, pretty much everything is going to have to go his way.
Yeah, at this stage you would fancy that Cole is going to be in Group C, but
42.
if he were to somehow make it into Group B, that would be a massive victory for him.
78.
We did think that Cole and Barstow were going to be split up on Thursday and Friday, but we just didn't speculate
96.
how. At this stage, it's more likely that they are split up. Barstow going to B, Cole going to C,
134.
but it could still change.
Irony is, if Jared gets
99.
in Group B and Chaz gets into Group B, you'd get the sense that they are both pitted in the group where they're most likely to succeed in. History suggests that.
140.
Yeah, history does suggest that Barstow is very much a B man.
100. Conan, you require 149.
And Jared is very much like David. A C man.
117. Jared, you require 164.
Well, he's had a penchant for ton plus finishes this week, but he's not going to add the 164 to the mix, and so consequently it could be broken as Whitehead looks at
39.
32
Conan,
to
you
take the
require
opening leg.
32. $16.
That's happened
Jared,
too
you
often
require 125.
here this week for Conan to feel comfortable. One bull. One half a bull.
79.
Nobody ordered a four.
Conan,
Take
you
that back to the
require
kitchen.
16.
Too much in the way.
Game shot
Nothing
on
in the way of
first
that.
leg, Conan Whitehead.
And Conan Whitehead gets the break. He did one at some point in this game, and he's found
Second
it
leg,
there.
It's Conan to the row first. Game on.
Now, Jared Cole's record against Conan Whitehead, to put it kindly, is wretched.
108.
Well, that's a word. I don't think Whitehead has celebrated a victory this week in the way he celebrated that maximum.
93.
That is his first one of the day. To say that about Whitehead in game 4 of his daily campaign is weird.
85.
Jared has found it extremely difficult to get the beating of the Barbarian so far this week.
94.
Everyone's got their bogey players.
And for Jared, Conan is the bogeyman for him.
81.
Now that would be a terrible superhero. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Bogeyman.
108. Conan, you require 155. $97. Jared, you require 134.
This is one of the trickier ones in this range. Because you either need 2 trebles or 2 doubles.
94. Conan, you require 58.
Oh, here we go again. What's
Game
going
shot
on
the
with
second leg,
58?
Conan Whitehead.
Put it on a t-shirt. Why are people going treble 18 on 58?
Third leg, it's Jared to throw first.
I just don't
Game
get
on.
it.
The game is changing. The cynics would say the game's gone.
98.
Aussies would say G-A-W-N. Gone.
140.
And Whitehead is getting his claws in on Cole again.
It's past 1 o'clock in the afternoon on a Wednesday, and I still don't have
59.
anybody sending us on our social feeds an AI image of a Conan the barbecue.
22.
I want a Conan Whitehead the barbecue, just like a Rafty Coxey. The reason I brought it up is because Lee is very good friends with Conan.
58.
They are super, super tight. So I don't want to leave Conan out. I want him to have his own AI image.
100.
Incidentally, do you want the answer to the tungsten teaser?
Would love it.
So the answer today was how many seeds went out in the first round of this year's World Championships off the back of the tumbling seeds at Wimbledon this year? The correct
42.
answer was 14. 14 seeds lost their first game at Ali Pali in 2025.
So I was close.
You were bang on the button.
125.
You're good, you are.
It's almost as if I was there.
I mean, if anything, now you've said that, if you got it wrong, it'd look a bit stupid.
100. Conan, you require 114.
That's about as bad a dart as
40.
I've seen at treble
Jared, you
18 from
require
him in his career.
144.
But he'll have a chance to rectify it.
88. Conan, you require
Well, this
74.
is for 3-0. One dart. A double top. I had to double check whether that was in or not, but it's just wide to the right-hand side of the treble bed he was hoping for. Looking at the top side of tots,
34.
but unable to find.
Jared, you require 56.
And so Cole is back here for 56 to bring it back to 2-1. Double top.
Game shot on
He's
the
found. He
third,
had to
Jared
survive a dart for 3-0, and he cuts the gap in half.
Full flag. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Conan holds here, and Jared Cole is not going to be getting to
41.
Group B by the looks of it.
Well, you'd have to put Cole into the fire, wouldn't you?
$45.
Do you know what they used to use when coal fires weren't as environmentally friendly?
81.
They used to give us something very similar to it called coke.
$95.
So you'd have the man coming around the houses called the coal man. I mean, that was when branding was very much on the nose.
58.
And then he was the coke man because he'd bring the coke round. But then they got rid of all the coal fires
43.
because it wasn't good for the environment. And they were pretty treacherous.
I'd like to take your word on the olden days.
140.
Now, I'm not a fan of the heat, Henry. Never have been. But when you've got an open fire in a house, never been a fan of that.
100.
Well, Whitehead here, 6 darts and 181 to re-establish the two-leg gap in this game. Broken the first leg, and this is a leg where he really does have to cash that in. Can't afford to go trebleless here. He's just
57.
opened up the door for Jared to level this game up at 2-2.
Give it 10 years, people are going to be asking about that phrasing of cashing in because there probably won't be any cash.
140.
You're gonna have to tap
Conan, you
in.
require 124.
Is Whitehead tapping in?
99. Jared,
And that
you
could have
require
forced Cole to tap
78.
out. He is surviving opportunities, is Jared Cole.
58.
But he's unable to pick
Conan,
the
you
pieces
require
up on that
25.
occasion. And so Whitehead back for 25.
Doesn't want to leave any change.
Game shot on the full flag.
Sorry, Jared,
Conan
there's no
Whitehead.
change here. And this shop is almost closed.
Fifth flag.
Could
it's
be the
Jared to
changing
throw
of the
first.
seasons as Whitehead
Game on.
again has a conversation mid-match. He's a little bit hot under the collar.
I was just about to speculate as to what they're talking about. Now we know.
140.
In the words of Lee Evans, oh, it's a bit hot, isn't it hot?
It's well hot. Might be a bit too hot.
57.
From the infamous film The In-Betweeners, where
58.
we learn that Will Mackenzie isn't a fan of a certain team that got promoted to the Premier League recently.
56.
Burnley.
Nothing wrong with Burnley. That's where Newcastle got Nick Pope.
171.
Oh, someone's Been sleeping in the old 57 bed. That's where the Bank of Dave is from as well, Burnley.
140.
The infamous
Garage
man who took
require
on the big banks.
132.
And of course, that's where Jordan North's happy place is.
96.
Whoop-de-doo. I suppose it would have to be up north with a name like North.
36.
Double 18. That's up north. So is double 9. That's in the northwest.
18. Conan, you require 148.
That's what we can call double 9. The Burnley double.
Well, Jared Cole's not going south just yet.
92. Jared, you require 18.
But at times, it could have been Rotterdam or anywhere. But can he find the beautiful South double that is double 8? Yes, he
on
can,
the fifth
thanks to a
leg,
very
Jared
kind
Cole.
deflection. He knows that that was Jamie Cole as opposed to Jared Cole.
Sixth leg.
The
It's
words
Conan
of
to the
Conan
reverse.
Whitehead right now.
Game on.
How did that going? You're having a laugh, ain't you?
58.
Yeah, that was jammy. That wasn't going in if it wasn't for the other dart.
43.
That was like Darren Bent having a shot from the edge of the area, coming off a beach ball and into the back of the net.
60.
Even though he played for Sunderland, I'll give Bent his due. He's a good striker.
A goal which literally could never be scored now because VAR would chalk it out. Have you ever seen that question on The Chase where someone answered that question with
140.
ice cream van? Genuinely. Genuinely.
100.
I believe 19's first on 283 is the right thing to do if you like double 18. Because you can get 5
125.
treble 19s for double 18 from 283. Actually, it's 4.
22.
I'm getting ahead of myself. I'm trying to think like Jared, and I'm getting carried away.
Now, Jared Cole relinquished a 3-1
55.
lead against Reece Robinson last time out. He could be on the opposite side of the equation here because he's left himself with a finish, having trailed this game 3-1 to send us all the way. But he
121.
may have to
Jared,
take
you
it
require
out.
138.
He might just do it.
114. Conan, you require 140.
Whitehead's not going to fire the 140. Cole comes back to 12s to square up at 3-3.
52. Jared, you require 24.
Nothing comes for free in Modus Super Series darts. But when you
Game
can
shot on
cash
the
in like
sixth
that, you
leg,
can make it
Jared
3-3. That was a reluctant fist
Seventh
bump,
and
wasn't it?
final leg. It's
Oh,
Jared
right, then
to
let's
throw
play leg
first.
7. Not that I want to,
Game on.
but now I'm going to have to.
That's a I should be out of there by now kind of fist bump.
Is that your newest reality TV show? I'm Conan Whitehead. Get me out of here.
45.
Which dart player would you like to see in the jungle?
60.
Of anyone.
Of any dart player, who would you like to see on that show?
134.
I've got 2 and they're both Welsh.
$140.
Dirk van Dijvenbode. Because who knows what could happen.
54.
I've got 2, they're both Welsh. One's Gezi Price, because I think he'd be very good on that. The other one, for sheer entertainment value, would be Richie Burnett.
108.
I can't argue with that, and I definitely can't argue with that maximum. That's going to be the last maximum
101.
of this match.
Conan, you require 121.
121 to win it. He was 3-1 up. He was pushed all the way.
He's asking his opponent if he's going to go for it or not. Jared, do you want me to go for this? Do you want me to just give you a chance? Housery or a bull? He's going to leave double 17 instead.
Jared, you require 167.
Imagine the reaction if this goes. Effectively, Conan Whitehead having the glance over there was trying to say to Jared, well, A, you're not going to get a go, and B, maybe I don't fancy you to take it. Double 17 for the match. He splits. But cannot find the double 16.
Jared, you require 112.
And it could be double 16 that Jared uses to win the game. Intelligent.
56.
But
Conan,
not executed.
You require 32.
And so double 16 for Conan Whitehead, up for double 8. And in the
Shot
double
and the
8. He had
match,
to work
Conan
hard for it
Whitehead.
in the end, but Conan Whitehead beats Jared Cole again. And so that means Conan, who is very hot under the collar and dusts himself down, ensures that we now know that him and Jared Cole will be in Group C. We know that Chaz Barstow, Ritos and Jimmy Vankei have got the guarantee of at least Group B, but Jimmy Vankei can win the group if he beats Barstow on the other side of this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we head into the final round's worth of action. Jimmy Vankei and Rhys Robinson both tied on 20 points, but because of Jimmy Vankei's superior legs difference, it means that if he wins this game here against Chaz Barstow, he will be through. Now, Chaz Barstow's guaranteed to be in Group B, Jared Cole and Conan Whitehead guaranteed Group C, as well as Thomas Banks. So, the only scores now left to settle is who wins the group, and that could be done by the end of this particular match. As Vankei takes on Barstow. Chaz did have an opportunity to chase down Jimmy Vankei, but 4-2 defeat to Conan Whitehead, coupled up with a last leg defeat against Rhys Robinson, means that his chances of making it through have now evaporated. For Jimmy Vankei, he has his fate in his own hands, and he's looking to finish off the job that he started when he made that real push yesterday morning.
You get certain weeks where it's a wire-to-wire victory for the Group A champion. This has been anything but.
96.
Simply put, Rhys Robinson needs a favour. But then he would need to do one for himself. There are many ways that this group can be won, and a few ways that it can be lost.
100.
Yeah, the simplest task is Jimmy Vankei wins this game, he's through. If he loses it, then it opens up the door of interpretation for Rhys Robinson, for whom he will then play in our next match against Conan Whitehead, against the darts, to get the job done himself. Effectively, there could be a scenario where both players have their own crack at winning this group, but Jimmy Vankei is hoping that Robinson doesn't get that.
108!
To be frank, though, after that maximum, Barstow is not going to go quietly. Jimmy's qualification record for Saturdays in Modus Super Series singles action is 4 Saturdays from 5. That is not counting Champions Week. Robinson,
58.
7 from 8. So they've only missed 1 each. Same goes for Barstow. He's 10 from 11. So it's likely
58.
that they're all going to make it at some point.
Is Barstow going to strike the first blow? Double top for 110, just underneath. And so Vankei, who's actually been good on these types of combinations throughout the course of the day, looking for another pop. And that would have burst the Barstow bubble.
Strategy required 20.
The bubble is intact.
No score.
Maybe the bubble is vulnerable.
Jimmy requires 16.
Vulnerable bubble. And she looking at double 8.
Hubble, bubble, toil and double. Oh, but it's the wrong double.
Strategy required
It's a
20.
Hogan.
Is this a real double 10? Oh, how many times is he going to wire it?
10.
Well, Vankei turned his back. He could not
16.
look, but he gets a second opportunity, gets a third opportunity. Sometimes groups are one of moments of brilliance, but for Jimmy Vankei, it could be one based on a nervy moment like that going his way. 1-0 he leads.
He's feeling right now like someone who was late getting out of bed and almost missed the bus. When you sit down and you realise, I'm actually not going to be late for work now.
60.
Now you can breathe. But then you have to catch your connection, which is called leg 2.
100.
I remember when his good pal Danny Van Tripe first came here to Portsmouth with Jerome Meek. You couldn't miss them because they kept scootering around
100.
town. They were like the Dutch version of scootering quadrophenia characters.
140.
Going from the Live Lounge on London Road and then scootering all the way across town. I
140.
don't think you're going to catch Chaz Barstow on a scooter anytime soon. He's not that kind of guy.
60.
Don't worry, I'm not getting any ideas here. We've had Rafty Coxey, we've had Conan the Barbecue. I'm not going to have AI put Chaz and a scooter together.
139.
Yet.
Well, after Conan the Barbecue, anything could happen.
No, I want Chaz Barstool.
105. Judge requires 62.
I think we peaked with Rafty Coxey.
42. Jimmy, you require 96.
So Vankei 96 for 2-0. And if not, Barstow is back on double 10, which has given him some problems, some plaguing problems in this contest. It's double-double.
77. Judge, you require 20.
He's had a couple of double-double cracks today. Both of them have seen the first start hit and the second one missed. Chaz continues on double 10. This is getting a bit silly. Is that double repelling his tungsten?
15.
It's
Jimmy,
now
you
officially
require
a problem.
19.
Well, Jimmy Vankei is living off the coattails of Chaz Barstow's misses.
Three. Chaz, you require 5.
This is a very tense game. At least Chaz has got a different target now. Twos never
On the
lose.
second leg, Chaz Barstow.
And that wins leg 2 for Chaz.
Third leg, it's Jimmy to throw first. Game on. $100. 140.
Have you noticed how many times Chaz looks at the scoreboard? More than most. It's almost like there's an episode of Hollyoaks on there.
131.
Yeah, but that would mean looking over to an episode of Hollyoaks.
97.
Yeah, you won't catch me watching it. I know that Steve West never misses an episode. It's his only flaw.
108.
See, I thought that'd be a show right up your street, Hollyoaks. There's always action going on there. Someone gets arrested, someone usually
40.
gets
Jimmy
ran over
require
or something
90.
like that. I thought it'd be drama all the way for you.
Yeah, there's no doubles, bullseyes, and trebles. And unlike a dartboard, everything's fake.
38.
This is reality. It's as clear as black and white, a dartboard. It's either in or it's out.
You say back to reality, Jimmy
64.
Vankei is
Jimmy
looking to get his
require
hopes back to
52.
life.
Back to life. Like Bobby Ewing in Dallas.
44.
Oh, the shower's
Chaz,
still
you
on.
require 160.
Yeah, that one's lost on Henry.
Oh, this would hurt. Oh, how this would hurt. But Jimmy Vankei can hang on to his
Jimmy
hat.
require 8.
Double two again.
4.
It denies Vankei.
Chaz, you require
His double
60.
statistics are out the window. It's tens again. He finally
On
hits
the
it and
third
takes the
leg,
lead.
Chaz Barstow.
Here's the weird thing. If Jimmy Vankei
Fourth
loses
leg,
this
it's Chaz
game,
to throw first. Game on.
he could still win the group.
Well, there's 3 scenarios in play, and in 2 of them, Jimmy Vankei wins the group.
57.
But what he doesn't want is the other 2 scenarios to go into play, because if he loses this one, then he needs Reece Robinson to lose the next game against Conan Whitehead, who, to be fair, is having a better day today.
Yeah, he's got 4 points from 4 games.
134.
So 2 wins from 4. Robinson hasn't lost.
6.
He's the player of the day, and that will remain the case whatever happens over the course of this last round. And that's what you need to do if a dart slips out of your hand. Don't try and catch it.
140.
Let it fall to the floor. It's like if you drop a knife when you're cooking in the kitchen. Get your feet out of the way, let it fall to the floor, then pick it up.
Require 170.
6 from the fish for Barstow to open up a 3-1 lead.
93.
In terms of the scoring in this game, has dominated Jimmy Vankei. If he sharpens up on his doubles, then he should get this game done in short order.
140. Charge requires 77.
Doesn't want to leave double 10 this time. Doesn't need double 10, he's 3-1 up.
Barstow.
Jimmy's in trouble. What a day this has been for him. On the floor, off the canvas, now on the ropes.
Game on. $60.
Who's been put in more corners than the
89.
DVD sign for the mid-noughties.
$140.
He's not going to go straight to DVD. He'd like to go straight to Saturday.
108.
Chaz is a nightmare opponent in these scenarios. He is really good at finishing a day off. He's got a great
45.
engine. And he's got this carefree attitude. And he doesn't exude pressure.
41.
He exudes relaxation, and he's causing a headache for Jimmy.
Well, he averaged a ton, didn't he, against Jimmy Vankei in the final game of Monday's session. So it's not as if Jimmy isn't wise to this particular scenario. All he can do now is hit and hope. Needs to find a treble to leave a finish.
60.
Unable to do so. Chaz Barstow, 6 starts on 191 to get the better of Jimmy Vankei and open up the door for Reece Robinson to win this group.
97.
1-5 on Jimmy Vankei before a dart was thrown today. Reece Robinson 11-1 on, but you could probably flip those odds around now. Because Barstow's got a match dart, a double 18 and finds a double 18 to complete a 4-1 success for Jimmy Vankei, who now has to sit in the back room and hope that Conan Whitehead can do him a favour. That the turn of the tape. Barstow wins by 4 legs to 1. Vankei misses his opportunity to win the group, which opens up the door for Reece Robinson to do so himself. A win against Conan Whitehead, and he is into Saturday. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Jimmy Vankei missed his opportunity to win this Group A. A 4-1 defeat to Chaz Barstow leaves him on his Chaz Bar stool to see whether he's going to win this group, because we're now going to see Reece Robinson and Conan Whitehead go head-to-head in Game 14. And a win for Reece Robinson would see him win the group. A win here for Whitehead would send Vankei in to Saturday night's finale, and maybe he'll enjoy a barbecue or two if that was to be the case. Game 14 of 15 on this Wednesday afternoon. Whitehead crucially with the darts in this contest, so Robinson's going to have to find a break at some point if he's going to go on and win the group. But there's been, for me today, and I don't know about you, but there's been a real business-like poise from Reece right from the very first dart.
He's been both good and scrappy. And scrappy in the best possible way.
108!
He starts this game with a max, which is something he's done plenty of times this week already.
Instantaneously gets his teeth stuck in.
92.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't remember Reece Robinson winning a Group A before. I've seen him play a lot of secondary groups, Bs and Cs.
84.
Qualifying record for Saturday, is like we mentioned in the last game, is exceptional. But predominantly, he gets to Saturday, if he plays a full week,
41.
via 2 groups.
You might finally find out all the nice tourist parts of Portsmouth.
100.
Well, he's not going to go back to Hull and then back to Portsmouth. That just wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, nobody would think that he'd go to Hull and back over the course of the next couple of days.
92. Risha require 96.
Potential 11 dart breaker throw on the offing here at this opening leg. 81 left, 24 left,
72.
and almost nothing left after 12.
The last time I said that having a primary double after 12 was never a bad thing,
100. Risha required 24.
he missed a bucket full of doubles and lost a leg.
Game
Doesn't
shot
matter
on the
what I
first
say, it's
leg,
about what he
Reece Robinson.
does. That is an immediate break of throw for Reece. He's not in pieces yet.
Second leg, it's Reece to throw first.
He's very much
Game
intact.
Colin's in that position where he's going to be
58.
happy to see the back of today and then get into tomorrow and Friday, then get back into another tug of war.
If I may
21.
say so, because Conan is going to Group C. I'm trying to word this correctly, but this has actually been a good, bad group.
57.
We've seen people win a Group A and they say they haven't even played that well. Well, Conan hasn't been anywhere near his best form,
121.
but he's still going to finish 4th potentially. With 16 points, that's what he would get if he wins this game. For someone who hasn't played anywhere near their best in a group of
96.
all winners, it's still, when you dissect it a little bit, quite impressive.
And you look at Group C, look, there's still good players in there. Aaron Turner went deep last time he was here.
83.
James Richardson's got a good CV. But you just get the sense, if you put that by way of comparison to what we've seen in this particular Group A, that Conan Whitehead should get a little bit more breathing space.
80.
Yeah, it will be a fascinating couple of afternoons. Easy for us to sit here and say that if he has a good Thursday afternoon,
70.
that will serve him well, but he was top of this table after Monday, and that's where it started to go wrong.
Well, it was a 10-point gap in terms of the average from day 1 to day 2. 87.6 is day 1 average, 77.21 his average yesterday. Today, without going deep into the statistics, this is probably somewhere in the middle of all that.
58. Risha require
Which might just win you a few
152.
games in the next group, and maybe in others he's going to have to find and raise another level. In fact, you look at his record against the players that are joining him from Group A. He's won 2 out of 3 against Thomas Banks. He's beaten Jared Cole each time. So actually, you look at it from that perspective, he's got the 1-up over the 2 players he's joining in Group C from this group. And he'll fancy his chances against the other 3, but Robinson fancying his chances for 2-0 and halfway towards qualification.
Game shot on the second
Halfway there he is. He knows
Robinson.
exactly what's on the menu. He's ordered it, but will it come the way he wants?
Third leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Still seeing him wincing a little bit. I just wonder if having the 2 days off would serve him well for Saturday. Imagine if he were to win this
140.
week. Back-to-back Champions Weeks. And a 4th weekly title. Then he goes into a totally different spectrum.
108.
He is beginning to mount a charge. Whoever wins this week, just because of the players that are on show, are going to have to do it the hard way. Greaves, Vankei, Fitton,
45.
Barstow, Robinson, Cole, Conan, Richardson. Oh, hang on a second.
100.
6 beautifully thrown darts, but only 4 trebles.
Well, the first treble looked begging for more to join.
95.
Robinson has overturned the throw here, looking for the double break and a 3-0 lead, but that single one isn't going to help the cause.
Do you notice how he hasn't worn his very vibrant
40.
shirt this week? He's been like Gary Player this week or Johnny Cash. He's been the man in black.
Interesting, because when he was speaking to us last time, as
108.
Whitehead piles in a max to leave 41 after 12. He said the reason he was wearing the fluorescent shirt is it made it feel like business, made it feel like work for him, because day by day he works in a trade where he has to wear a high vis.
Say hi to this.
Game shot on the third leg.
14
Conan
data back
Whitehead.
to 2-1. And Reece Robinson is going to have to roll his sleeves up again.
Fourth flag, it's Reece to throw first.
All is not lost.
Game on.
He is a walking gift machine, this man. Now, if we could get Conan the Barbecue to do
58.
things like that, I want one. He doesn't know about Conan the
92.
Barbecue yet, but he will know by the end of the day. And I'm kind of glad I'm not going to be in town.
Yeah, I realise what you've done here is you're just going to dump me and Durran in it. Thanks, Nico. Glenn's probably
85.
somewhere on the A1, unaware that you said Conan the Barbecue, and he'll probably arrive at his accommodation tonight, greeted by Conan Whitehead saying, "What on earth is this?"
It's $1 million
42.
idea, Conan. That's what it is.
Worked for other sports people.
$92.
Interesting idea. Because if he misses the 60 with the first start next time, he'll then have to go to the 19s.
86.
Key passage in play. Robinson comes up dry here. Whitehead has an
58.
opportunity to level this game up at 2-2, and that first treble is beautiful for him.
81.
You don't need us to tell you how he feels. He's just shown you.
$92.
Yeah, good switching again to the 18s. Which means, again, he has the option of the 19s on the next shot.
100. Reach your require 116.
He doesn't want to be broken here. He might be, though.
And this is the type of finish you'd
80.
give Conan Whitehead half a
require
chance of
100.
hitting. Well, he has to hit it because Robinson's left on 36. In terms of positioning, the treble looked nice, but it was always going to go tops.
80.
And he almost justified as
Reach your
to
require
why.
36.
I thought the 60 was the better player as well. Oh, no. The door is ajar
28. Conan, you
for
require
Whitehead to
20.
equalise. Double 5. He was thinking about 2-4-4.
18. Reach, you require 8.
Jimmy Vankei right now will have his head in his hands.
It's double 4 for 3-1 lead. One left.
Game shot on
Finds
the
it.
fourth leg. Reece
You
Robinson.
could hear what it meant to him because it means Reece Robinson now is one leg away from Saturday night's
Fifth
final.
leg. It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
And also the financial rewards of winning Group A.
Because the winner of Group A gets double the money of the second place player.
140.
Some pounds in the pocket to pick up.
You and I both know why winning his previous
139.
week was so important. Personal reasons.
94.
The kind of reasons that could change someone's decade, if not their entire life. Which is why he's thoroughly switched on again.
58.
Because those financial reasons and the opportunities that come with said reasons could change his life for the better once again.
85.
Well, every qualifying week at the Super Series in 2025 could potentially be worth as much as £90,000. Because you win this week, you get £5,000. You win the Champions Week, it's 25 grand. And if you win the
57.
Global, because you qualify for the Global by winning a Champions Week, that's another 60. It could be the biggest butterfly effect in history.
100.
What you're saying is nothing to 100,000, pretty much.
Well, if you add in appearance fees, if you win Group A's and stuff, it could be close to 100 grand. Life-changing money.
43. Conan, you require 82.
Could make you change your occupation, could go full-time, pay off mortgages, sort your life
Games on
out.
the
And
fifth
for
leg,
Conan
Conan
Whitehead,
Whitehead.
when he won his series, it meant so much to him at that time. £20,000 was the
leg,
winner's
it's
jackpot
Reece
at
to
that
throw first.
particular point,
Game on.
but it meant so much. His daughter Ada was just a few months old at that particular time, and it just gave
108.
him and his partner Chevrolet so much in terms of security. And I know how much this tournament and what he's done here is meant to him. Amazing to think that Ada's nearly 3 years old now.
100.
4 maximums in this game now. Is there going to be a 5th?
140.
This time he has to settle for 5 trebles from 6 darts, but boy, is that impressive. In this moment, Jimmy is getting that sinking feeling that he's going to be
42.
sharing Group B with Bo Greaves, with Chaz Barstow and 2 others over the next couple of nights, because Reece Robinson is inching towards winning Group A in week 7.
85.
Well, he speaks so much about his flair and flamboyance, but it's been his cool, calm, collected mannerisms that has seen him
100.
to this point.
Reach, you require
He's
96.
left himself 96 after just 9 darts to get the job done and to grab Group A glory. It's 88.
88.
It's not there just yet. This is where you need to breathe and refocus. Doesn't matter what Conan does here. It's all about what you do next.
137. Reach, you require 8.
2 fours for a 4-2 win.
Game shot. And
It's
the
Reece
match.
Robinson's Group
Reece
A.
Robinson.
He manages to nab it right at the very last, right under the nose of Jimmy Vankei. And he is the first player through to Saturday. He knew that he had to win that game. He did win that game, and he gets a couple of days off. Conan Whitehead made him work for it, though. But it's Reece Robinson who finds himself through. A 4-2 winner over Conan Whitehead. It's Cole and Banks to round this group off after the break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yeah.
Let's do it then.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Reese Robinson has won Group A. Victory before the break against Conan Whitehead secured his passage through as the first player to play in Saturday night's final here at the Live Lounge Report. So Jimmy Vankei is going to have to do the job again in Group B alongside Chaz Barstow, Beau Greaves, Dal Fitton and Jamie Durrant. That is going to be quite the tantalising group. Now, Jared Cole in his final game of the group is throwing with the flights of Robert Thornton, and we heard the news on Sunday about the sad passing of his wife Christine, who was a rock and stable of Robert's, and everybody here at the Super Series are sending our condolences and wishes to Robert and his family at this present moment in time. The world of darts and the Modus Super Series is no different, Robert. We're all thinking of you, and we're all thinking of your family at this extremely terrible time.
First leg, it's Thomas to throw first. Game on.
Well said, Henry. It will be a very tough time for the Thornton family. But darts is a family. We stick together through tough times. And I think this is a very nice tribute from Jared, who's known Robert for about 8.5 years. Jared actually can
50, sir.
finish 4th in this group. If he wins this game, he will jump Conan Whitehead by his superior leg difference.
140.
Banks is going to stay in 6th position come what may.
140. 171.
He's having moments this week, Jared, where when he's finding the sweet spot, he is finding it perfectly.
56.
If he can just
Jared, you
be a little bit more
94.
green around the gills at other points, he is going to be a dangerous commodity.
2 8s.
78. Thomas, you require 148.
Anything and everything to choose treble 19.
96. Jared, you require 16.
Now that's a
Yeah,
nice
on
find
the
from
first
Jared.
leg, Jared Cole.
A very strong first leg. His leg difference stands at +2 before a dart was thrown
Second
in this
leg, It's
match.
Jared to throw first.
Whitehead at
Game
-5, but Cole is 2 points behind. So the simple 2 points will get him up 1 spot and will
44.
change where he plays in the Group C campaign.
Because if you finish 4th, then you get the shortest shift of
45.
anybody. You play 3rd and you finish 1st. Right, so Thomas Banks, well, it's going to be 1st and last each of the 2 days in Group C because that is what happens
57.
to the player that finishes bottom of Group A.
45.
That's going to be a case of Chaz Barstow. He's going to have to play 1st and last in Group B.
I think that's the most difficult bit.
140.
The fact that you've got to play the last game, which is going to be on Saturday morning in Group B.
140.
I don't think it's going to be a particularly slow group in Group B. You're probably going to play that match at the very earliest at 10 to 1 in the morning.
140.
Well, it probably is going to be closer to the earlier time when you look at the pace and the quality that's on show.
101. Jared, you
Good use of the
require
ball there from Thomas.
120.
Time to climb the ladder.
Game shot on the second
And that
leg,
shot was
Jared
brought to you
Cole.
by Jared Cole, the official ladder of the Modus Super Series.
Third leg, it's Thomas to throw first.
Touching tribute from one of the kindest, most
38.
caring young men you could ever wish to meet, not just in darts but in life.
He genuinely puts other people well before himself.
108.
Sometimes to his detriment.
I couldn't agree more.
96.
The thing is, if you want to be a dart player, you're going to have to be a little bit selfish.
93.
But there are definitely times where you can be a little bit more compassionate. He's been compassionate towards Thomas this week. Not on the score sheet because he's beaten him
95.
twice, and he's halfway to beating him 3 times. He is playing beautifully in this game.
Averaging here 110.81.
55. Jared, you require
This
106.
It's supersonic darts from Jared Cole.
86.
If he keeps going this way, he might even put in the biggest average of the entire week with the last game of the group.
44. Jared, you require 20.
Double 10. 13
It's on the
darts.
third
Jared
leg,
Cole is
Jared
3-0
Cole.
to the good of a double breaker throw, and he is saving perhaps his best performance to last. Now, I've just had a look at the fixtures tomorrow night.
Fourth leg, it's Jared to throw first.
Oh, it's tasty. Darryl Fitton starts the show against Chaz Barstow. Game 2, Bo Greaves, Jimmy Vankei.
90.
Sign me up. So Jimmy is the person
100.
who is trying to be the first person to defeat Bo Greaves in a Group B scenario. She's never lost
57.
when playing Group B.
She actually plays the two players that come out of Group A in her
96.
first two games because she'll play Chaz Barstow after that. Then fixtures against Daryl Fitton and Jamie Durham to end her night.
96.
Jamie Durrant is going to love the next couple of nights. It's going to be a great experience for him. I'll tell you one other thing, though. He has been thrown to the wolves
56.
a little bit.
And not just does he have to contend with one of the toughest Group Bs we've ever assembled, he's also got his on-call
43.
commentating on him.
No pressure.
However, Jamie Durrant has won more group matches than Glenn Durrant has here at the Super
100.
Series. Hi, Glenn. Hope you're well.
He's not going to be watching this, but that message will be conveyed.
Hey, he's got 3 months
99.
worth of
Thomas
ammo. I know he's
required
going to hit me with his best
149.
shots. Probably miss.
60. Jared, you require 116.
116 to wrap it up well. To put the cap on what has been a nigh-on perfect performance. Double top is not there.
76. Thomas, you require 89.
2 8. And that might be the last start
Jared,
that
you
Thomas
require
Banks
40.
throws in this Group A scenario. Cole back for tops for the ideal finish.
Well, at times this week, Jared Cole has displayed some of his A-grade stuff.
20. Thomas, you require 16.
But he's unable to put the cap on it there. His
Game
average
shot
will
of full flag,
nosedive below
Thomas
the ton
Banks.
mark. But credit to Thomas Banks. Opportunities in this game because of Jared's quality has been in short supply.
Fifth
For
flag,
given an
it's Thomas
opportunity
to
on
throw
double eight
first.
finds.
Game on.
Brings it back to 3-1. It's slowly but surely clicking into
82.
gear for Thomas. And it's so good to see.
Yes, because on Monday and early parts of yesterday, we didn't know what was going on.
57.
We didn't know where he was going to go from that. But it really feels like he's figured
45.
something out that can take him back on track. That's all he could have done.
59.
Now it's about staying on track.
140.
The fact that he's playing with that confidence and beginning to hit that treble 20. I know that might sound very minuscule in the grand scheme of things, but that will feel major for Thomas Banks.
96.
Let's put it into perspective. Playing with a little bit more comfort, it'll feel like an electric
32.
blanket on maximum when he's surrounded by cold. It'll feel wonderful. Just being able to let those darts go with freedom,
59.
because you should never take anything for granted.
$58.
So 230 for Cole to try and win this match. Banks is on a finish, but Jared with a couple of trebles could take control of the leg. Needs to stay there. Finds a treble, leads himself with a little fish.
144.
That might catch on, you know.
88.
Two
Jared,
treble
you require
19s, double 15.
130.
That's such a little thing to do.
This would be such a grand way to finish, but the treble is blocked. Oh, how's he found a way through there? That might be the best dart he's thrown all game.
105. Thomas, you require 56.
Could have been game over and it might be game on again. Game
On
on.
the fifth leg, Thomas
Game
Banks.
continues. That young man will just not let go without a fight.
Sixth flag, it's Jared to throw first.
We are
Game
learning things about Thomas Banks this week.
He deserves all the credit and respect in the world.
97. $60.
I'll tell you now, today is going to give him the biggest confidence boost one could ask.
54.
Forget about the results. That's irrespective for Thomas. It's the way he feels. It's the way he's throwing. And there was one moment in the
45.
opening game against Conan where there was a cause for concern. But other than that, it has been fluent all day.
I think maybe his mindset has
119.
changed this week. This might be a week he reflects on in years to come.
43.
Saying, my game changed this week because I went from thinking about things like trophies and averages and performances to being someone who concentrates more on how I feel and what I'm
40.
doing.
And we see it from sports people all the time. Sometimes something happens where perspective gets put into play. And once you learn that perspective,
50
actually,
serve.
when you come out of it the other side, it makes you a better competitor. Because you learn that actually it's not the be-all and end-all. The falsest quote I ever heard was
99.
that Bill Shankly one where he said, football is like life or death. No, it's bigger than that. It's totally not true.
95. Jared, you
I
require
concur.
92.
92 for Cole. Triple 19 would have left double 10, but he is going to be back to
52.
win this game when he returns.
Could have won it 4-0. Could have won it
59.
4-1.
Jared, you require
Has a
40.
chance to win it 4-2.
Can he finally finish this game off? He was averaging around about the ton mark at one moment in time.
20.
But he's still not finished
Thomas, you
off Thomas
require
Banks.
142.
Maybe he can't break the banks. But he can tap in and cash in one more time.
110. Jared, you require
Two tens
20.
for 4-2. Double 5.
Gets
Eventually
your
over the
unmatched
line, Jared
Jared
Cole went off on a rampage against Thomas Banks. He had the 120 finish and a touching mark of respect to Robert Thornton, and everybody here at the Super Series, everybody in the world of darts is thinking of him and his family at this present moment in time. The glass raised, and for Jared Cole the standard raised. And if he plays like he did in the first half of that match in Group C, he's going to be unstoppable, untouchable. But unstoppable and untouchable in this Group A was Reece Robinson. He's the group winner, and we're going to catch up with him on the other side of this short break.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
Oki with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia required
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
59. Charlie
Threw the entire
Maguire,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George Maguire, 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
Got
done.
out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where Group A has come to a close, and it is Rhys Robinson who got the W in the end. He got the better of Conan Whitehead by 4 legs to 2. That was after Chaz Barstow did him a bit of a favour, winning 4-1 against Jimmy Vankei. Jimmy, who had a 4-point lead at the start of the day. He was the 1-5 favourite to go on and win it, but it was Rhys Robinson that would pip him to the post. 11-1 with the bookies before a dart was thrown on this Wednesday morning. He has found a way through, picking up 11 wins out of 15. 22 points was enough for him to make it through. Vankei in second, Barstow in third. Cole, Whitehead and Banks will go again in Group C on Thursday and Friday. But Rhys Robinson doesn't have to worry about Thursday or Friday here at the Live Lounge anymore. Many congratulations on winning the group. Was it a mixture of some brilliance from yourself and a little bit of fortune elsewhere?
Yeah, definitely. I rode my luck all day. But I did play stuff when I needed to, which usually I probably wouldn't. And I was owed a few anyway after the first 2 days, so it evened itself out. Did you feel like your game was a little bit more reliable at points today? Maybe, I don't know. I took shots when I needed to, and I didn't overthink it or anything like that. We were mentioning on commentary, we can have a look at the... First of all, we'll talk about the 1-5-1 here. This was a killer because Jared was on a double. Wasn't bad, was it?
Yeah, look at the reaction though. Gets the 60. Takes time over the tops. Knows how big this is because he knows exactly where Jared sits. This goes in. Look at that. That's classic Rhys Robinson from Saturday nights. Never mind Wednesday afternoons. That was a massive shot. He doesn't hit that. He doesn't win the group.
Yeah. What were you thinking at that particular moment?
I need to hit this to win the group. Jared had hit a few shots against me with the 2 treble 90s, double 14, and I thought, I owe him one. If I hit this, I'm favourite for the game. And I knew I needed 5 today, realistically. We spoke earlier on. This is actually Jared's 1-4-2 that he hit against you. Nasty. I'm sat on tops, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it illustrates as well that Rhys was 3-0 down after that moment. Most players would say, do you know what? I don't think I'm going to win this game. It's going to take some sort of effort just to get back into it. He got back into it. Then the 1-5-1 happens and he actually ends up winning the game. So we're not going to see him for a couple of days, but boys, his confidence is going to be swelling for the next 48 hours. One thing that we were mentioning on commentary is almost the maturity that Rhys is showing in the game, the composure, particularly in the big moments. Yeah, that's what you need. It's not the first Group A that he's won, but I think this is better than the last one because of the way he's played and who he's been up against, because we've got 6 weekly winners in this group. And even though Thomas Banks has struggled, he showed a different kind of maturity himself today. But the fact that Rhys has won this group, this has got to be the best group that he's ever won before a Saturday has taken place. Did you watch the Vankei Barstow game, or could you just dare not look? No, I was watching it and I was a Barstow fan. You know, I thought at least give me a chance, and if I don't, that's my fault. But I owe Chaz a beer, I think. And then in terms of the game against Conan, that was a hard-fought one, wasn't it? Because Conan was throwing everything at you. He always does. Every time I play him, his first starts, it's great, and when Conan's on it, he's a really hard player to beat. And he's a bit like myself sometimes. He'll just go for mad shots, and you don't know what player you're going to get sometimes. Can that be bamboozling then? A little bit, yeah, because
he might have a leg where he's off it a bit and then he'll just go in 140, 180 and you think, oh, he's back then. You know, he throws you off a little bit when you try to relax, and it's one of them.
So the feeling when you win that game, is it relief? Is it pride? What's the sense and feeling when you got over the line against Conan there?
I didn't think I was going to win it until I had that game, and I thought, you've played yourself into this position now. Actually do it then, you know. If I would have lost that, I'd have been a little bit disappointed. But my aim of the day was to get to Group B. The rest was bonus. And then I was playing, and then I just thought, we're in for a chance here. I can top the group. You know, Jimmy's been playing amazing, hasn't he? And today it just didn't happen for him, sort of thing.
We'll have another chat with you in just a second, Reece. What's Jimmy going to be feeling right now? I can imagine he's going to be smarting a little bit, isn't he?
Yeah, of course he's going to be disappointed, because his Group A record since his first visit here has been absolutely brilliant. But he didn't get off to a great start today. That was because people played really well against him. He averaged about 92 for his first 2 matches today, which is very competitive, even in a group like this. But it wasn't good enough to get points going into round 3. But by the time he'd won his third game of the day, at this point, he's still in with a very big chance of winning the group, and you think he's going to get it done. But obviously, fate and other people had their hand in it.
When you look at Chaz Barstow's week so far, we've seen him play some excellent stuff. But had it been that odd off game here and there that's kind of cost him the opportunity of winning this group?
Yeah, I think when you've got 3 players so tightly compacted at the top, we can nitpick and we can talk about a game that they should have won here and there, but let's face facts, they've all played 15 games. That's what's so fair about Group A. If you've got the most points out of anybody, it's because you've been the better player overall. And the weirdest thing about this one, and this is something I'm going to talk about for years to come, it's the fact that all 3 days we had a different leader after every day. So Conan led Monday, Jimmy led yesterday, and he leads the end. So it's a fabulous, fabulous narrative for a great group.
Only time you need to lead, eh?
Yeah, that's why I left it till late.
See, that's why you miss the must-see. Like, you just give us entertainment, don't you?
Yeah, I think so, every now and again.
Let's talk about the bottom of the order. Jared Cole, there's signs that he is playing some spectacular stuff. And actually, if you look at the way that Group C pans out, it could potentially play into his hands a little bit.
Yeah, I think it probably might. I like the opponents he's got, because they're people he can get his teeth into. And there's definitely a lot of confidence from this group leading into Group C. He managed to win his last match with some good stuff against young Thomas Banks. And I believe that his game's in a pretty good space. With those 3 days in the bank, he'll be sharper than he was on Monday morning, and I think he'll be a very legitimate threat.
Well, let's have a look at the groups then for the rest of the week. And luckily for you, Reece, you do not need to worry about that Group B. Daryl Fitton, Bo Greaves, Jamie Durrant, Jimmy Vankei, Chaz Barstow. And we know that Bo Greaves' first game back here is going to be against Jimmy Vankei.
That's going to be something else, isn't it? That is a pay-per-view match here at the Modus Super Series, but luckily on Pluto TV, you don't have to pay anything. But, yeah, Daryl Fitton, I think he's going to be revelling in this. This is a situation where I don't think he's under any pressure at all, because the pressure's going to be on Vankei. I think there's going to be pressure on Barstow to qualify through Group B, which is his strength. And as far as Greaves is concerned, she's the favourite for the week. So there will be pressure when it comes to her, but she's used to that.
I bet you're glad to be as far away from that Group B as possible, aren't you?
Just looking at it there, yeah, I don't want to be anywhere near it, but I'll be happy to watch it. And now I'm already in the Saturday.
You're in the safe space, aren't you? What's going to be the prep now then ahead of Saturday? Is it just going to be maybe relax a little bit for a day and then hit the practice board hard on Friday?
A little bit of Football Manager tomorrow and then chill out, yeah, and then practice Friday.
Right, Football Manager, who's on your save?
Hull City.
Hull City, what division are they in?
Prem.
Doing okay?
Yeah, I've done loads. I've wasted a lot of my life playing that game.
Is that your chill zone? Is that your thing that just kind of relaxes you a little bit?
Yeah, that's what I like to do. You have a lot of spare time, so you either go out eating or you play a game or watch a film or something like that. And I've done a bit of eating, so I'll leave that alone for a bit.
So, It's completely blindsided. In terms of that, I mean, Reece has mentioned that you've got to have your vices, haven't you? You've got to find your way of switching off.
Of course you do. We know a lot of dart players that like to go on the golf course, so they spend a lot of time indoors. They want to go outdoors. But there's also a way of escaping by staying indoors, which is going to a completely different world. You can use VR, you can use gaming, all sorts of different things. But I think the most important thing is that when you're playing as much as you are in this kind of week, when you're not actively competing, get as far away from it as possible. Take a walk down to Southsea Beach, go and have a look at a market, anything like that. Matthew Edgar will probably find a toy store. Nothing wrong with that. But as far as I'm concerned, I think Reece is doing exactly the right thing. Playing Football Manager or doing something like that, it engages your mind in a different way and it doesn't have you thinking about darts 24/7.
You'll have to let us know here, get on with Hull City before Saturday.
Yeah, I will do.
Reece, many congratulations. We'll see you Saturday. Nico, thank you for your company as ever. We'll see you again soon. Plenty coming up across Pluto TV. When we return after the break, we're going to see the grand final of Series 10 as Jensen Walker takes on Sam Spivey. Nickname needed. Group C tomorrow from 1 o'clock. We get underway. James Richardson's going to be in action. And then it's Bo Greaves tomorrow from 10 o'clock. We're going to see the three-time world champion in action. And she will be looking to make it through to Saturday night, which is exactly where Reece Robinson is. What an enthralling end to the week we are going to have. But it is Sugar Reece Robinson that landed the knockout punch. Mr. Must-See is into the big night. Bye-bye.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.